Hey, Scooby! Scooby-Doo, looking for you. Couldn't have a show without ya. If only somebody told that to Velma. Hey, Wolfpack, we are back with another surprise tier list. Once again, returning to the realm of that wacky mystery-solving talking dog, Scooby-Doo. Alright, making sure everything's working. Alright, sorry guys, I do want to make sure all the tech is working, no ads interrupting us and ruining the stream. Hey Wolfpack, Catastrophe is back, once again talking about Scooby-Doo. This time talking about the guest star season. More specifically, the first one. We are doing the old school one, plus a few extra ones which I have seen. Sorry we're not doing Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, because I have not finished that show entirely. Alright, making sure you guys can hear me. Yep, we made it to this era of Scooby-Doo. So, Scooby-Doo, shocker, became a household name. Everybody loved it, kids loved it, families loved it. It was making huge hit ratings. Scooby-Doo was bigger than the frickin' world. It was huge, everybody loved it. It was so big that, of course, celebrities started guest starring on it and endorsing it. Scooby-Doo would have crossovers with wacky guest stars or fictional characters in order to boost the show's already huge mega popularity. Hey Kat, hey John Smith, glad you made it. Yeah, glad you guys made it. Hey, John Smith. Yeah, sorry for slowing things down a bit, but you know, I gotta wait for crowds to show up for these streams to make sure we have a big enough crowd to start. But yeah, Scooby-Doo was huge. A lot of celebrities wanted a piece of that Scooby snack. They wanted their name out there, wanted to resonate with the younger viewers and new generations. A lot of these celebrities were actually formally introduced to a few kids through this cartoon series, and their celebrity stardom was so huge, it would help make Scooby-Doo even bigger than it already was. A lot of people like this season. It has tragically not gained as much traction compared to the other shows like Mystery Incorporated or What's New Scooby-Doo. Some episodes are great mega hits, and some kind of faded into obscurity. There's a good, bad, and middling on here, and I want to rank all the episodes based on how good the episode is, how great the celebrity guest stars were, how funny it was, how well written it was. Basically, if this is a good Scooby-Doo episode worth your time. Hi, Kat. Hey, Akira, you made it. I got to move to a new house and excited for Kai voices Taihu. Very good. Alright, this looks cool. Yeah, it does look cool. Glad you made it, Akira. We haven't started yet. I'm just establishing all the basics before we start. So, I will be talking about, discussing, and critiquing each and every Scooby-Doo crossover from this hit series, along with some bonus episodes to gain your interest. We'll be ranking them on this tier list from top best to bottom worst. So, let me go over the rules if this is your first tier list ever. Up top, we have S tier. These ones are the best of the best. The big hits, the good ones, perfect scores, perfect 10 out of 10s. I love them, fans love them. They are a kick-ass Scooby-Doo crossover. They are the elite in S tier. Underneath that, we have A tier. These ones are good, not perfect. Yeah, sorry, making sure my equipment's working. Okay, these ones are good, they're golden, 8 or 9 out of 10s. I like them. I think they're pretty good, might have a few nitpicks here and there that prevented them from being perfect, but I definitely say they're an all-star episode. They are A tier. Underneath that, we have B tier. These ones are Silver Skull territory. They're alright, they're okay, they're above average. I like them, fans like them. Definitely an interesting treat. They're alright, but they might have a lot more problems compared to A tier. Making sure you guys can't hear any ads. Very good. Looks like we don't have that trouble yet. This looks cool. I'm gonna be here, but I'm gonna be silent. Hi, Tails. Glad you can make it. I was invited to the 100 plus on DW. Oh, how was it then, Tails? Bro just snuck in 3 crossovers. Hey, Shadow, you made it. And yeah, you notice, actually it's 4 crossovers. I have Night of the Living Do, Johnny Bravo, Scooby Natural, and the meeting with Batman the Brave and the Bold. I just recently watched this movie, and it is a total throwback to this classic era. Alright, so after B comes C tier. These ones are below average. They're meh, they're whatever. Not the worst thing I've ever seen, but definitely not a good episode. They're a bronze skull. Had some good moments, some high notes, but a lot of low notes. Not all that great an episode, they are below average. Then underneath that, we have D tier. These ones are duds, plain bad, the total losers. I would say the most forgettable, bland, or boring episodes will be on this tier. Definitely not a good one, a low quality Scooby adventure. But at rock bottom, we have F tier. Shadow, you've been watching this series, and I think you know exactly what'll end up down here. But these are the total failures, 0 out of 10, worst episodes of the series, bad crossover, bad story, bad adventure, and all around a bad comedy. Not at all worth your time. They are the failures. F for failure. And yeah, we're going with basic letter grades this time. That completes the basic synopsis of each ranking. So a lot of good episodes, and as Shadow can confirm, an equal amount of bad episodes on this tier list. Some of the celebrities are definitely a bit dated now, but there are some that are timeless. Hi Kat, what I missed? Not too much Bat Kid, we're only starting. Hey Kat, hey Light Jones. We are on floor 20 of 100, wow. I didn't recognize Night of the Living Dew because the title card looks the same. Yeah, that was on purpose, of course. Yeah, it's on here. We got the 4 bonus ones on here because I like talking to you guys about good Scooby-Doo content. I think this is the 2011 Lino versus Red Wild Force Cole fit as they lose their partners. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Yeah, Shadow, I did sneak in 4 extra material to talk about because I love talking about Scooby-Doo, and I want to end this on a high note. Alright, so the worst thing I have to say about this show is, one, some of the celebrities might be dated by now. There's gonna be celebrities kids don't recognize. My friend Shadow does a lot of good reviews on this Scooby-Doo series on his Patreon, Moonwing Entertainment. Go check that out. Yeah, it's a plug in your favor, Shadow. I really like his reviews on this series, but some of the celebrities definitely faded away into obscurity. There's gonna be a lot of names that some people are not gonna know. A special mention going to Cass Elliot or Phyllis Diller or Sandy Duncan, but there are some that people do still know today. Batman and Robin, of course, being the obvious one, the Addams Family. I would argue the Three Stooges might have some household name power. Dick Van Dyke, definitely. This guy's been in 1,000 movies. And, of course, the Harlem Globetrotters, which are fan favorites, and a team still currently playing. Hey, I'm back. Hey, Monica, you made it. Seeing Cher and Sunny as a couple leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I feel you there, Tails. Just got here and also noticed that Johnny Bravo and the Brave and the Bold crossover here. Yeah, I thought it'd be fun to add a little bonus material. Not too many. There's only 24 episodes of the original new Scooby-Doo movies, but I did add a few bonus ones to end this on a high note, where we got homages to this series. Night of the Living Dew, the Johnny Bravo meeting. Scooby Natural is on here for you CW fans. And of course, Brave and the Bold, which is technically a love letter to this series, so I'm gonna count it. I really do not like Scooby-Doo meets Batman. Alright, we'll talk about that soon, Light Jones. You and Shadow might have shared opinions. By the way, Miraculous Season 7 is confirmed to have the darkest episodes. I sincerely doubt that, like the Haunting Hour dark. Yeah, right? Hey Monica, glad you returned. I remember watching one of these, don't know which ones. Definitely Batman and the Harlem Globetrotters. They still have VHS and DVD tapes of them. Some of them are not released on tape, like the Addams Family one. And I know Davy Jones's one was hard to find for the longest time. Yeah, it was the Batman one. Of course it was. Everybody loves Batman and Scooby. Yes, Dick Van Dyke, back when Dick was a regular guy's name and not something else. And back when Dyke also wasn't a slur. I don't mind that some celebrities are dated. I just had the or you didn't like the ones that had impersonators. Yeah, the Three Stooges, many of whom were dead, and the Globetrotters, who were played by pro actors in their place. As I found Fred, Velma, and Daphne will not show in the anime, so Shaggy and Scooby-Doo get a clue. That show is terrible. Where would you put Scooby-Doo meets Kiss from the Kiss movie? Okay, so I did see that one. I don't really count it as one of their homages to this series, but that one I would definitely put onto A tier. It was a pretty awesome movie. Had a few flaws. I do not like Kate Michucci Velma. I just do not like her voice. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on Kate Michucci Velma Shadow. I'm gonna have a feeling there are gonna be a few guest stars I've never heard of or age like milk. Yeah, there are, Joseph, depending on what controversy they got themselves after the episodes came out. Well, thankfully, a lot of the celebrities were not too scandalous. There are some tragedies. I point to Sonny and Cher's crossover. Sonny and Cher were a couple back then, and now they are divorced and Sonny is long dead. All that's missing is Scooby-Doo meets He-Man. That would have been awesome. As I hope they get to appear in some episodes of the Scooby anime. I do too. Again, sorry for my absence, been dealing with phone issues. That's okay, Snowstorm, you explained. But I did enjoy watching the 5th Walton Files episodes. Finally, with the original Scooby-Doo crossovers. Hey, Shadow Link, you made it. Just in time. Where Scooby-Doo meets WWE. Okay, that doesn't count as a Scooby crossover. It counts as a WWE crossover. Because they're under WWE's movie studios. Alright, make sure you guys hear me. Okay, so, yeah, honestly, I did grow to like this era. I used to love it. Now it's kind of fallen a bit lower on the totem pole because some dated celebrity guest stars and especially better Scooby-Doo shows. I love What's New Scooby-Doo and Mystery Incorporated, but this was a part of the classic era, so it still holds a special place in my heart. And we're gonna be ranking all the episodes starting now. Scooby-Doo meets Kiss movie is too bizarre for me. I agree, Monica. It had some weird moments. Since because a lot of the celebrities did not get scandalous, I wouldn't have known about most of the scandals of the lesser known celebrities. Alright, so we'll talk about your favorite celebrities, or probably introducing you to a lot of these celebrities that you guys are too young to know. But let's finally start this with the first ever Scooby-Doo movie, Scooby-Doo meets the Three Stooges. And I know I'm already gonna piss off Shadow, but honestly I thought this episode was alright. Going on to B tier. This was my introduction to the Three Stooges. For those of you who don't know, the Three Stooges are old school slapstick comedians who often beat each other up, get into wacky antics, and always try to come up with some scheme to keep a job or build a successful business, only to screw it up with their blatant stupidity. We meet Moe, Larry, and Curly Joe. I thought it was Curly at first, but no, apparently he's Curly Joe from the movie era. The Three Stooges open up a new amusement park in the middle of a desert, which of course the Scooby Gang accidentally stumble upon, as well as a big mystery. The Three Stooges want to open up this great theme park, while the gang get lost in the back roads. Not the last time, I know, Shadow. The gang get lost in the middle of the desert. They're in the middle of nowhere along with Courage the Cowardly Dog. End up finding this haunted amusement park as they're almost attacked by a Mechagodzilla dinosaur thing, and a giant bat almost attack them. And strange things are happening in this Calico ghost town looking amusement park. The gang meet the Three Stooges. The Stooges are trying to get their new business off the ground, but strange things have been happening, ruining their attempts at success. So, the worst thing I have to say about this episode is it's so obvious who the villains are. We have the first biggest problem of this entire show. There are some limited suspects in a number of these episodes. It becomes more about the Scooby Gang and the guest stars interacting. They did not actually get the Three Stooges. It is not Moe, Larry, and Curly. It is professional impersonators. Though the worst one has to be Curly Joe. His voice gets really grating at times. Basically, the gang and the Stooges work together, go around this wacky fun house, they play in like a house of mirrors, go across the desert. We get my favorite Fred lines in this episode. Come back and fight like a man, you vegetable. And one of my favorite based Fred quotes, you know, Daphne, this desert reminds me of a woman. A woman? How? Because it goes on and on and on and on. Very based Fred. Velma goes missing halfway through this episode and becomes a quest to find her, and it pretty much lasts almost to the very end. They're attacked by a number of characters. This one has the cowboy, the gunslinger ghost you see in the intro. The Native American ghost tries to attack them. They're attacked by a mecha dinosaur, chased by a giant bat. It turns out this is all, of course, an act by the villains. The villains are trying to ruin the Three Stooges because they're secretly a uranium deposit underground. They've been trying to mine it, and the Three Stooges are going to ruin their operation by opening up this theme park. The Three Stooges are the most timeless trio of comedy, and for a good reason. I agree, Joseph Segala, I agree. The Three Stooges are hilarious. I actually own most of their episodes on DVD here. Yes, I still use DVDs because buy physical media. Love the Three Stooges, they are hilarious. This, Scooby-Doo actually introduced me to the Stooges, and I've grown to love them ever since. Watch them in live action, and yeah, they are funny. They are so entertaining. They did a lot of great stunt work here. The Three Stooges have a lot of good physical comedy and some clever wordplay from time to time, but yeah, they are so hilarious. On here, the Stooges, I think, are fine. They get some of their moments from the classic films you see them in. However, they are not allowed to hit each other, which did kind of neuter them for me. Though, of course, the worst thing has to be they do not even bother hiding who the monsters are. Who are the monsters? Oh, it's the only two employees who work for the Three Stooges, Crunch and Rhino. They were trying to ruin the Stooges because they were using them as a front. However, the gang, of course, meddled in their affairs, leading to the ghost attacks. Yeah, Gunslinger is Amos Crunch, and the Indian is Rhino. Isn't one of the Three Stooges played by Jim Carrey? No, that almost happened, but they replaced him with somebody else. This one was definitely a fine crossover. A Larry fine crossover. Three Stooges were funny, as usual. Though, an iconic Better Stooges crossover was with the Boo Brothers. Yeah, that movie was much better. I like my running joke of keeping track of where in the middle of nowhere are they now. Yeah, they keep getting lost in those back roads, Shadow. Imagine if William Wegman appearing in the show would be awesome, along with his dogs, Batty, Crookie, and Chundo. And the first time I watched The Three Stooges was their 2010 movie. Oh, is that the terrible one with the Jersey Shore crossover? Yeah, Genie's my favorite too, Akira. Since because a lot of celebrities did not get to... Oh, read that one. Alright, sorry, catch up my guys' comments. As they think Rhino is a suspect. Well, I think, doesn't Rhino act kind of, menacing and threatening? He doesn't even talk when they first meet him. You fire him, Curly Joe, and he keeps feigning. The villain's motive to mine and smuggle uranium illegally. Yeah, that was basically the mystery. They're mining uranium underneath the Three Stooges' theme park. It's like causing Curly Joe's bat to freak out because it detects the uranium. They get lost in a mine shaft for at least half the episode, get into wacky antics, wacky chases, fight the monsters, and Scooby and Shaggy end up saving the day using a giant mecha dinosaur to incapacitate the evil Batwing. Yeah, they try to get away in this bat plane kind of thing, and the Mechagodzilla ends up chomping on it and destroying it, where Crunch and Rhino are exposed as the frauds they are. My favorite moment, though, has to be at the end of the episode where they find out there's a bunch of uranium underneath, and Shaggy actually asks the police officer, "Hey officer, mind if I take some uranium home as a souvenir?" "Sure, I don't see why not." What? Isn't uranium, dangerously radioactive and, owned by the government? No, the nicest cop in the world lets Shaggy take some uranium home, making me wonder if it will ever come back in Scooby-Doo. But yeah, of course, they help the Three Stooges and capture the evil Native American and gunslinger, destroy their entire operation, expose the mystery, and the Three Stooges, of course, succeed at their theme park. They finally open up their zoo, have paying customers, and the gang and Three Stooges begin their beautiful friendship. This episode, I think, is fine. I kind of disagree with Shadow that it's the worst thing ever. I think it's alright. Has some entertaining moments, has a lot of slow moments. The Three Stooges feel like they're not used as well in this one compared to another one coming up. But honestly, I think it's a B tier episode. Definitely a fine Silver Skull entry. Going on to B. Velma took Daphne's danger-prone place. Yep, she did. The villain's mode. Read that one. Snowstorm, oof. Geronimo comes from the name of the prominent leader of the Apache. I never understood why the villains keep changing their disguises. Like, where do the villains get the budget for that? I presume the Three Stooges had a bunch of costumes because it's a theme park area. Probably gonna have like a lot of mascots or stage plays or stunt shows. You know, like how Disney or Knott's Berry Farm do. Oh, so you are aware of Sony's selfishness? I remember the Three Stooges. The Three Stooges are hilarious. My introduction to the Stooges was through Veggie Tales. Oh, really? Physical media. Yep, Light Jones, agree. And Nagagi, as it's pronounced and spelt in closed caption, sounds like Inagi, which is the spelling in the subtitles. Their mistake. Hi, Cat. Remember me from your other live stream? It's Sabrina Griffin. Hey, Sabrina. I told you that my cat loves milk. Don't you remember? It was a few months ago. Yeah, I remember, Sabrina. I saw the comments. Rumors do say that the reason why the Stooges had to end was because of how it normalized assault and battery on each other as long as you knew the person, even though they got hurt majority of the time. Yeah, I also presumed it was because of their physical health. I mean, the Three Stooges were kind of like acting until they were like 60 and still slapping each other around. Like, that's gonna leave a toll on your body. Curly ended up dying and having a stroke because he suffered so much physical abuse. That's why we got the Shemp seasons. Yeah, I love the Three Stooges. Here, I thought this episode was fine. They and the Scooby-Doo gang share some decent banter. It's a decent episode, but there's gonna be much, much better ones coming up. Yeah, Shemp Howard replaced brother Curly after Curly suffered a debilitating stroke in 1946. Curly died in 1952, and Shemp died in 1955. Joe Besser, who betrayed Babu in the later episodes, took over. Also, R.I.P. Kiara actress. Oh yeah, Hayden Panettiere passed away. Rest her soul. Reading your comments. Be happy they only got lost in the back roads and not in the back rooms. Don't remind me. Hated the Three Stooges 2010 movie. Before I agree, Shadow. You're preaching to the choir. I think that's the one where they're trying to save the church. Yeah, that's the one. They're trying to save their orphanage / church, and they team up with the Jersey Shore cast. It was not a good movie. Would Christina V. or Grey DeLeo play Kiara, or feel more Marinette than Daphne Blake? I think Grey DeLeo could do it. Can you do a Disney villain tier list, which would include the old villains, the new ones, and the ones from Fantasia? That definitely was bizarre. It was. Like, could we see the uranium clip for a future review with uranium? Yeah, probably. I'd probably use it. Curly Joe calls Geronimo pretending to be a cigar store Indian Kimosabi, which is a term of endearment and catchphrase of Tonto. Could he do a Kingdom Hearts game ranking tier list as a tribute to Hayden? Problem with that, Blue Thunder, I have never played Kingdom of Hearts. I played one game briefly at a friend's place, but I never actually owned the games or played them all the way through. You see Chrysalis and Trakina. Yeah, I saw your thumbnail. Were they only able to afford their likeness and not the people for most of them? That was kind of a thing. Some of them are fictional characters, and some of the characters they had guest star were long dead or really retired. The Three Stooges, they did not get the actual Stooges, but they were popular enough that people would recognize them. They got half-decent impersonators. I think Larry and Curly Joe were not very good. Mo Howard, I think he was fine. He was like the most believable one, capturing Mo's bossy energy. But the Three Stooges and Scooby's first crossover, I think it's an alright episode. Going on to B tier. Alright, moving on to the one you guys all want to see. Scooby-Doo meets Batman and Robin. And this one is going on to A tier. This is the first episode, the one that has them going to the upside down house and having two villains. Scooby-Doo meets Batman and Robin, who are trying to uncover a counterfeiting operation / smuggling operation. They located it to an old lady's house. Once again, the gang get completely lost on those back roads, ending up at this house in the middle of nowhere. They meet like this nice old lady, and it turns out she is being quote-unquote used by counterfeiters. She gets like packages every day, and the packages contain clowns filled with illegal counterfeit money. And Batman suspects that his old archenemies are up to this, the Joker and the Penguin. Yes, contrary to their modern depictions, Joker and Penguin are actually villainous best friends, and they're making a bunch of fake money delivering it to this house for some reason. Leading to, kind of like 2 episodes in one, the gang help Batman and Robin fight the Joker and Penguin at this evil carnival because, of course, it's a Joker's gimmick. And they also fight a mysterious hooded figure who's teamed up with the Joker and Penguin, taking the money and selling it across the border, leading to a wacky mystery of the dynamic duo and Mystery Inc. working hand in hand defeating villains together. Can't go wrong with Batman and Robin, well, unless it's the movie Batman and Robin. Scooby-Doo meets Batman was the best crossover episode. Okay, we're talking about the first one, the one with the counterfeit money, and having multiple villains. Technically, there's 2 sets of villains, but Joker and Penguin are working together. Joker and Penguin fight Batman and Robin at the amusement park, trap them, where the Scooby Gang actually save the dynamic duo for a change. Yeah, Batman and Robin get rescued by Mystery Inc., and of course, the dynamic duo rescue them in turn multiple times, kind of becoming this fun hero's journey where they're both saving each other. I will warn you, they are portraying Batman and Robin more akin to the Adam West and Burt Ward portrayals. It is a throwback to the Super Friends and 60s show versions of Batman and Robin, because those were their mainstream depictions at the time. Batman and Robin are a lot more campy, very fun-loving. Batman smiles a lot more often, and of course, they're acting like Adam West and Burt Ward. Holy high tops, Batman! It's alright, Robin, stand back. It's all a deception by this projector hologram. Yeah, that kind of acting. They honestly aren't very bad portrayals. I do love Adam West and Burt Ward, so of course I was into this crossover. Joker and Penguin are trying to emulate Burgess Meredith and Cesar Romero. The guy playing the Joker actually does a pretty good job. Penguin is a bit more hit and miss. It's not exactly a voice I hear when I read about the Penguin or Seaman things. The guy playing him doesn't do an awful job, but it is not exactly an iconic Penguin voice, though Larry Storch as the Joker is actually very good and spot on as Cesar Romero. Basically, a lot of wacky antics at a haunted carnival, then an upside-down house, and it's all pretty fun. I do like it, it's pretty enjoyable, though there are some huge animation errors in this one, my favorite one being Batman's pants disappear, some choppy animations of them running away, or something clipping through the walls. It's honestly very messy at times. Sometimes it's very good though too. I love Scooby-Doo fantasizing driving the Batmobile. We get to see Batman Scooby, really funny stuff. The stuff in the haunted house maze is pretty fun, really quirky, really good Scooby-Doo content. Again, it's basically Scooby-Doo and Batman and Robin splicing their style together. I hope we see Pocahontas in Kingdom Hearts 4 as she was forgotten. Yeah, she's an underrated Disney princess. It's funny that the Riddler didn't show up. Yeah, they reference him and other villains, but he never shows up. Doing a Kingdom Hearts characters is impossible because that would mean trying to explain the confusing and all over the place story of the series, which not only the 3 main games, but also the spin-off games. Yeah. June Foray played Mrs. Baker. Okay, that was her. I wasn't certain. The rotating house is my favorite part of the episode. Yeah, they fight Joker and Penguin for the first half of the episode, defeat them, but in a surprise twist, Joker and Penguin were not the actual bad guys, or at least not the lead bad guys. They were making counterfeit money and smuggling it, but they were actually working with somebody else. Somebody else was distributing the cash and getting it all from them. Joker and Penguin get captured, defeated, they fall down the bottomless pit they trap Batman and Robin in. Looks like the Clown Prince of Crime has now become the Crowned Prince of Climb. Yeah, that's the kind of humor you're dealing with. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I do like that Joker and Penguin take the cops away until Robin corrects them. Hold it, he meant the other way around. Yeah, we see Discount Harvey Bullock and Gordon take them away. Joker and Penguin are captured halfway through this episode, where there's an evil, like, Cobra Commander looking villain behind all this, and once again, it is so obvious who it is. They return to Mrs. Baker's house, and the house has disappeared. It turns out there's a contraption that causes the house to rotate and flip upside down. It's a completely movable base. It hides it from the public eye and comes back out when Mrs. Baker is putting on her nice person act. They try to find Mrs. Baker, and considering that we meet no other suspects in this, it is so obvious who the villain is. They have like a fight in like this warehouse full of a bunch of carnival toys. A lot of wacky antics, great stuff, Batman and Robin kicking ass, the gang getting into funny chase scenes, fighting the bad guy, leading to my favorite line, "Oh no, we'll never catch him, he's on a unicycle." It's so silly. But of course, Batman and Robin and the gang work together, they capture the bad guy, and what a shock, it's Mrs. Baker! Yep, the old lady was the evil mastermind. I know Shadow doesn't like this episode because Joker and Penguin were reduced to her minions when they should have been the main villains. I didn't have too much of a problem with it, though. Yeah, a lot of people love the rotating house. It's definitely a fun part of the episode, though again, kind of held back by some animation errors. The episode definitely looks choppy and a lot of clipping through or misdrawn stuff, those kind of animation errors. It got kind of distracting, especially in the first half. Yeah, it's kind of why it's not an S tier for me, though of course Scooby-Doo and Batman and Robin working together is always fun stuff. Yeah, she's Granny on Looney Tunes, I know that. Larry Storch as the Joker, yep. Ted Knight as the Penguin. Oh, the guy from Caddyshack. Really funny. When it comes to Scooby-Doo crossing with the DC characters, they're always the best unless you're Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo for obvious reasons. Yeah, that movie was terrible. Ted Knight played Adams in the Twilight Zone episode The Lonely. Oh, he did, okay. Also Carter Winston in Star Trek The Animated Series. Shaggy saying Jinkies was pretty funny. Yeah, it was. Okay, so Scooby-Doo meet Batman and Robin is always a fun idea. We love seeing Batman, we love seeing Scooby, and them working together is definitely full of fun moments. We get them going to the Batcave, fighting Joker and Penguin. Batman will give them bat cookies and bat milk. I really wonder what bat milk tastes like. But yeah, it's honestly a pretty fun crossover. I still think it's pretty enjoyable. A lot of fans of Batman will definitely get into it. If you love Adam West, for sure you'll get into it. Seeing Scooby-Doo and Batman and Robin get into comedy antics is always fun. The mystery is a bit thin, especially because there's no other suspects, but I think it's definitely an enjoyable adventure. Yeah, I'll put this one onto A. There is a much better Batman and Robin crossover, but this one I think is pretty alright. What is she, Granny May from Word Girl's twin sister? Gotta go, be right back. Okay, see ya, Bat Kid. Fun fact, Hayden Panettiere played Fairy Princess in Scooby-Doo and the Goblin King. Oh, I gotta watch that then. Bat milk and cookies for everyone. Bat milk? That's the line everybody memes on. What is bat milk? I'm very curious. Does Batman actually just have regular milk and calls it bat milk, or did he actually get the milk off of bats? I'm not sure, I want to know now. Alright, this one, A tier, pretty awesome adventure, really funny, really enjoyable, seeing Batman and his characters, his cast, bouncing off of the Scooby Gang is classic, going on to A tier. Alright, now we're at The Addams Family. Yep, here they are. The one episode you will not find on the DVD because of licensing issues. Scooby-Doo meets the Addams Family. They're creepy and they're kooky, mysterious and spooky. They're all together ooky. The Addams Family. This sounded like it was going to be a phenomenal crossover. Scooby-Doo meeting the Addams Family is so insane that I was really hoping I'd love it. Unfortunately, it is not all that hot. It is going directly onto C tier. I know Shadow will definitely argue with me that should go onto F tier, but I have mixed feelings on this episode. I used to love it as a kitten, not as much now because I realized something. The Addams Family are barely in it. Yeah, that's kind of the big issue. Gomez and Morticia leave awkwardly at the beginning of the episode, and we don't see them again until the final act. The Addams Family barely interact with the Scooby Gang. It is mostly Mystery Inc. explores the Addams Family mansion. Sometimes they'll talk to the characters, but it is not for very long. The characters do not get involved in this mystery all that much, don't do too much, don't have many funny lines, and Gomez and Morticia awkwardly leave the plot for a long time. Yeah, this was definitely kind of disappointing. Thank you, Shadow. It was Scooby-Doo meets the Addams house. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Batman milked bats. Daphne says, come out, wherever you are. A musical line like from The Wizard of Oz. Animation error, Daphne's headband is green when the gang first inspect the large wooden crate after the original entering of the farmhouse. Batman milked bats, unless the bat milk is from Bat Cow. Imagine if Scooby-Doo met the Munsters. Yeah, that would have been also pretty fun. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, the Addams Family, really hilarious horror sitcom characters. The Addams Family are basically a generic average American family, but they are total psycho goths, into horror, into monsters, do a lot of creepy things. They feel like monsters right out of a horror movie, but the twist is, they're actually insanely nice. They're kind, they're polite, they're well-mannered. They're actually a loving family unit. They're just into creepy things. This is the Addams Family 60s show. They drew them like their comic versions, but they're the 60s Addams Family, not the 90s Addams Family or the Wednesday Addams Family. I should warn all you younger viewers that. They got John Ashton, Carolyn Jones, Jackie Coogan, and they got Lurch's actor Ted Cassidy. They got them. They did not get the original children, or at least I think they did not, because they didn't credit them. They got the Addams Family from the 60s show, which is a really good show. I highly recommend it. Really funny series. Addams Family are basically a horror sitcom. They do dark, disturbing things, but it's usually your standard family plot. They're doing things, but in a grimmer theme. I love the 90s Addams Family movies, especially Barry Sonnenfeld's films, Addams Family and Addams Family Values. Those are classic. I was honestly thinking that was going to be the Addams Family they met as a kitten. No, they meet the 60s versions, who are also good, mind you, but it might confuse some of the younger generations of viewers. Okay, so the Addams Family are funny, but this episode is very slow, very boring, very dull, and the Addams Family barely banter with Scooby-Doo or Mystery Inc. at all. Once again, the Scooby-Doo gang get lost in the back roads, only to end up at the Addams Family mansion. And kind of confusing, apparently the Addams Family are famous characters on TV, yet they're also real. Yeah, make that one make sense. Yeah, apparently they're famous for being on TV, but the Addams Family are an actual real monster family. The Scooby Gang get accidentally mistaken for their housekeepers. Gomez and Morticia are going on their anniversary vacation somewhere in the Okefenokee swamp, and they need somebody to take care of the Addams Family mansion, because, quite frankly, Grandmama and Uncle Fester are too psychotic. So they have the Scooby Gang as their housekeepers. They watch the Addams Family mansion, while the two Addams Family members you want to see leave the plot entirely. Yeah, Gomez and Morticia are not heavily involved in this episode, and it is kind of infuriating. They get like a funny sketch when they're out on their date. They're like having a romantic moment feeding the crocodiles. Gomez gets into a wrestling match with an octopus, but it just turns the Addams parents on more. It's, of course, feels like the TV series, which is really funny, but the Scooby Gang get the short end of the stick. They're basically watching this house, exploring how creepy their mansion is, and it feels like a standard generic Scooby episode. All I'm thinking is, where are the Addams Family? Why aren't they bantering with Uncle Fester or Lurch or Thing? Where's all the Addams Family interactions? It feels like a very shallow crossover. There is actual conflict here. The Addams Family mansion is haunted by a dangerous ghost, the Vulture. The Vulture has stopped attacking Spider-Man and instead is attacking the Addams Family. The Vulture abducts Wednesday Addams, and it becomes a quest to find her for the next 30 minutes. Yeah, it is kind of slow. I do think it has its funny moments here and there, but I want to see Scooby and the gang bantering with the Addams Family. I don't want to see them exploring a haunted house because that's what they do in every episode. Imagine if they met the Munsters. That would have been insane. I'm surprised they didn't do that on Scooby-Doo and Guess Who. Well, it's weird like it's funny as Wednesday is better in the Netflix version. I disagree. I love Christina Ricci way more than Jenna Ortega. Yeah, I said what I said. Come at me. I never watched the episode, but thank God I dodged the bullet. Yeah, it's honestly kind of a droll episode. It has its interesting moments. You get to see the Addams family doing things we never saw them do in the 60s show. A lot of bigger sets, a lot of bigger stunts, a lot more of the crazier monsters get to appear in the cartoon form. Like, we actually see Cleopatra moving in shape-shifting form. We see Thing going all throughout the house in insane areas. They actually have Uncle Fester's Roman candles, his dynamite, blow up on screen for a change. They reference a lot of the Addams Family gags you see in the TV show and comic, which I think some fans might enjoy. However, the episode itself is nothing too special. Basically, the Scooby Gang are getting into haunted antics while the Addams Family are there on the sidelines, and it kinda hurts. They don't do too much. Jackie Coogan was one of the first child actors in film history. Having starred in Charlie Chaplin's The Kid in 1921. Ooh, I did not know that. Scooby-Doo meets the Addams Family feels like early clickbait because they barely interact or do anything. Exactly, Joseph, exactly. It's like the biggest rating stunt ever. And yeah, there was a lot of hype. I really wanted to love it, but now that I'm older, I kind of realized they don't really do much interacting with the Addams Family, do they? Cindy Henderson, who played Wednesday, guest starred as Debbie in the episode of the same name from the live-action Filmation series Shazam. Yeah, Gomez and Morticia go on a honeymoon vacation at the Okefenokee Swamp. Sorry, your comment scrolled up. Yeah, they go to the Okefenokee Swamp, and we would later see Hokefenokee Swamp in the Scooby-Doo show. Yeah, and Super Friends, too. That's where the Legion of Doom is hiding. Jodie Foster is an Oscar-winning American actress. She played Pugsley. Well, I did not know that. With roles in Silence of the Lambs, which I did review on my ranking, and Taxi Driver. Hey, Kat, how are you? Hey, Saga, we're doing good, talking about Scooby meeting the Addams Family, and how disappointed a lot of us are. Wednesday and Pugsley's original actors, Lisa Loring and Ken Weatherwax, respectively, were already teenagers by the time of this episode. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. I don't think they were that too old. I mean, Christina Ricci was also kind of in her teens when she did Addams Family Values. When I was going to take a bathroom break, I saw my cat Roxy in our bathtub trying to sleep. It was so funny, lol. And I know that cats like you hate water so much. Sabrina Griffith. Well, we don't hate water. We just hate having it forced on us, Sabrina. I got some news for you on September. Daphne mentions Alibaba and being chased by the flying carpet. Fred in turn utters open sesame to escape from the carpet. Yeah, basically they run into a lot of the gags from the Addams Family. They get like trapped in a dinosaur. They interact with the living statues. They meet real ghosts, real supernatural entities, which the gang kind of gloss over. There's like barely an interaction. They're basically exploring this entire huge Addams Family mansion for the entire episode. Until they find out Wednesday was fine. Wednesday was apparently locked in a tall tower by the Vulture, but she was completely unharmed. She was playing with her little spider Homer. Not named after Simpson, Homer from the Odyssey, because the Addams Family loved their Greek tragedy. The ghost is also barely in it. There's kind of hints that there's a giant bird flying over the Addams Family manor. We see shadows of it, see silhouettes of it. Here it's creepy pterodactyl screeches. The Vulture is actually a giant robot being piloted by this old couple who we saw for like 5 seconds in the opening. The Vulture was trying to scare the Addams Family out of their house, which is already a stupid plan because it's the Addams Family, and they wanted to make the family move away. They fight the Vulture, take it out with Uncle Fester's dynamite, basically. It crash lands, revealing that it was the old couple all along. The old couple claim to be the former housekeepers of the Addams Family, but no, they're not. They're basically Karens trying to cancel the Addams Family and get them removed from the neighborhood, because the Addams Family are dangerous felons who terrify children. And the Scooby Gang plan to show them wrong by showing the Addams Family are actually nice. And we see kids getting along with the Addams Family, them turning a lot of their props and pets into friends of the neighborhood. They have like a horror playground where all the children are having fun. They're like playing with the dinosaur, playing with the octopus Aristotle. We see Thing playing jump rope with the little girls. Basically, they realize the Addams Family are nice people and decide to let them stay in the neighborhood. Does anyone else theorize that this plot influenced that terrible animated Addams Family movie, which also was about trying to kick the Addams Family out of the neighborhood? I'm just saying, it feels eerily familiar. But yeah, the Scooby Gang show the Addams Family are nice people, and they befriend the neighborhood, clearing their name and getting the Karens to back off. And they all thank Scooby-Doo. Yeah, all the characters thank Scooby-Doo. We get to see all the Addams Family roll calls saying, "Bye, Scooby. Bye, Scooby. We'll miss you, Scooby. Even Cleopatra will miss you. Cleopatra!" And Scooby runs away in fear. This gang become friends with the Addams Family and they awkwardly leave, where Shaggy blows up the van with one of Uncle Fester's dynamite candles. Oh boy, this episode, kind of disappointing. You'd think there would be a huge event seeing Scooby and the Addams Family together, but the Addams Family kind of mind their own business and don't really interact with the gang. We don't see like Uncle Fester or Grandmama get involved in the mystery, and Gomez and Morticia, the two fan-favorite Addams Family clan members, awkwardly leave the episode throughout most of it. We don't see them come back until the very end. If you're wondering that where the from the Phantosaur movie, yeah, Ultra Instinct Shaggy. Yeah, they were on a flying carpet, I remember that. The housekeeping couple were the Vulture. Yeah, they were. Went from terrorizing Spider-Man to terrorizing Wednesday. Yeah, Phantosaur was where Ultra Instinct Shaggy came from. I think I did mention that on my Shaggy tier list. They thought the Addams Family were frightening for the neighborhood children. Yeah, that was the whole conflict. Honestly, kind of comes last minute. The ghost itself is also barely in this. It's the gang exploring the Addams Family mansion, and it gets really dull and boring fast. Not at all a very good episode. Not the worst thing ever, because I do love the Addams Family. Seeing John Ashton and Carolyn Jones and Jackie Coogan come back definitely warms my heart as an Addams Family fan. Has some funny jokes and redeeming moments, but overall it is just a dull episode. Really overhyped. It is total clickbait. The Scooby-Doo gang barely interact with the Addams Family and just watch their house. That is the actual episode. Going on to C tier. I think Scooby-Doo and Guess Who did a better job with Batman's appearance. Well, yeah, because they got Kevin Conroy. But it would be cool if Two-Face or Clayface were the villain. They did kind of do that on Brave and the Bold. On the 13th is the 22nd anniversary of Bionicle, the Mask of Light. Wow, that takes me back. Fun fact, Lois Lane's actress played Queen Machina on Power Rangers Zeo. Yeah, isn't that Alex Borstein? And I think you mean Lois Griffin, not Lois Lane. Unless Borstein did play her. And on the 19th is the 19th anniversary of Pokemon Lucario and the Mystery of Mew movie. Wow, Wolf might rewatch those now. Also, the Lion showed up. Yeah, the Lion did. It's like in one of the doors the Scooby-Doo gang are exploring. Like, they see the Lion. Pugsley turn the mailman into a parrot. They cross the bed with the spikes on the bottom of them. I hope you like Kai versus Tao Tahu. Yeah, maybe. Oh, and on the 22nd is the 28th anniversary of Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island. Yeah, I'm sure you guys are totally not waiting for me to review that. It's Lego Death Battle episode tomorrow. I know, I can't wait. If the Vulture was colored pink, white, purple, and singing cheerful music all while covered in glitter, that would probably work into scaring the Addams Family. Or probably won't work. Yeah, because the Addams Family are into dark and spooky things. How was a giant killer bird supposed to scare them? We see like Gomez enjoys getting into wrestling fights with an octopus. This plan is very flawed. Yeah, I feel like the episode foreshadowed the Illumination movie. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Snowstorm. Yeah, I feel like the Illumination movie copied this episode, trying to get the Addams family to move out of the normal neighborhood because they're different and scary. It feels like Scooby-Doo was kind of tackling the same subject years prior. As I hope Frank Welker lets someone play Fred as he needs to retire soon. Well, I like Frank Welker. I hope he keeps acting until he chooses to step down. But to replace Fred, definitely, I do like your suggestion getting Eric Daniel Southworth to play Fred. He would probably be funny as Fred. It's been years since playing Fred. Yeah, he played Fred for like 50 years. He was there since the beginning. The mystery machine blowing up at the end was the first time the van got blown up. Apparently not badly, though. We just see fireworks exploding around it. Looks interested. Addams Family meet the Munsters. That would be a kick-ass crossover. I remember that movie, the 2019 one. Yeah, as it's a funny episode. Okay. Also on the 18th, you'll see the Japan exclusive Pikachu shorts, Pikachu's Ghost Carnival. Ooh. Which Justice League Unlimited episode is your favorite? Okay, that is a big question. I love Justice League and Justice League Unlimited as a whole. So many great episodes, but if I have to pick one specific one, Double Date. The one where the Huntress and Question team up and they fight Black Canary and Green Arrow, getting into kind of a couple brawl. That is a classic, one of my favorite ones, and Huntress gets an amazing character arc in that one. Yeah, definitely Double Date. Back when Gail Simone was a good writer. Next is Jonathan Winters. Yeah, we'll get to that one. Just catch up on your comments. And on the 19th, you will also meet fan art based of Lucario and the Mystery of Mew. I love writing stories of my own every day when I am not at my job at the Doyle building where I work. I shred paper that nobody wants, and this building is on Dayton Street. I like my friends there. Okay, Sabrina. You're welcome, Kat. I remember watching trailers for the movie, but I wasn't interested. Like, it makes me laugh. Okay. Alright, so, Addams Family, kind of a C-tier episode. Not the worst one ever, believe me, we'll be getting to much, much worse, but a disappointment. But you know it's not a disappointment? Our next one. Scooby-Doo meets Jonathan Winters, and believe it or not, I love this episode. This one, our first S-tier. Yep, we finally got one on the top row. Scooby-Doo meets Jonathan Winters, who my Twilight Zone fans should recognize from the hit episode, A Game of Pool. He played Fats Brown, the ghost pool billiards player, and I really loved him there. But Jonathan Winters is more famous for being a legendary stand-up comedian. He does a lot of skits, a lot of character acting. He had like his own comedy hour show back on TV. His character Ma Frickett is in this episode. Basically, Jonathan Winters dressed in drag and played this old lady character on a lot of his shows. And here he gets to play two characters, himself and Ma Frickett. And I am not even joking when I say this is one of the funniest Scooby-Doo crossovers I've ever seen. It is laugh out loud hilarious, is insane, has a lot of fun chase scenes, and Jonathan Winters is a riot in this. He plays like two characters. He's Ma Frickett, he's himself, and I think he might be Vernon, but I might be wrong on that. I know he plays like his characters on the farm area. Alright, so the gang get lost in the back roads, I know, shocker again, where they bump into Jonathan Winters hanging out at the gas station. Jonathan Winters' car broke down, and he needs a lift to his friend's farm. Of course, the Scooby Gang give him a lift, where they get wrapped into a crazy mystery, and Jonathan Winters is actually pretty funny in this. He's kind of like a deadpan snarker character. He's tries to be the straight man, but he's very cowardly. He's over the top. He gets into a lot of antics with Scooby and Shaggy especially, and he's also Ma Frickett, this eccentric old lady. She's very grouchy, very sassy, treats kind of everyone is kind of supposed to help her because she's the old lady. The farm is being haunted. Ma Frickett is trying to find her ancestors' long-lost recipe to make the perfect roasted chicken. There's a mysterious recipe that causes chickens to grow giant. Yes, I'm not joking. This legendary recipe is a supernatural chicken feed which causes the chicken to grow into a giant kaiju-sized chicken, where they then kill the chicken and have the hugest drumsticks in the world. Yeah, basically, it's that kind of chicken farm. She wants to open up her own KFC restaurant, trying to get a loan from the bank, but some strange and supernatural things are happening. So, the gang become instant best friends with Jonathan Winters and Ma Frickett, help around the farm, and get into a lot of crazy antics. The first half of this episode is kind of a big fake out. They're chasing these two random guys who are sneaking around on the farm for mysterious reasons. They meet Vernon, her doofus assistant who constantly gets put down by Ma Frickett. Jonathan Winters is a professional voice impressionist. We get to see him throw his voice, try to bond with Shaggy over it. Really interesting stuff. But there is an actual ghost in this episode, the Scarecrow. Yeah, there is an evil, spooky Scarecrow who is haunting the farm. We learn that the Scarecrow is trying to hunt for this chicken feed recipe himself and sabotage Ma Frickett before she can get her legitimate business off the ground. And this episode, I tell you, it is so funny. It is very engaging. Jonathan Winters is very good at acting because he plays two polar opposite personalities here. The Scooby Gang getting into a farm is not the craziest thing they've ever done, but they have a lot of great scenes around it. That was a turkey. That was a turkey saga, yep. So basically she's like Miss Tweety from the Chicken Run. That was a turkey farm. I wasn't a big fan of the Scarecrow on the Winters episode. Yeah, I can see why, Shadow. The Scarecrow is kind of a generic monster. Evil, kind of sack-looking man. Looks like the Batman villain. One of the funniest moments I love in this is where the Scarecrow and Shaggy are both trying to look around the corner, searching for people. Then they accidentally scare themselves when they look directly at each other at the same time. It's just so funny. That popping sound effect never gets old. Jonathan Winters, really entertaining guy. He's very snarky. He doesn't want to get wrapped up in these crazy antics, but is dragged along, leading to a lot of funny scenarios. There's a giant chicken chase, a lot of characters running around, getting into farm accidents. It turns out the two mysterious strangers roaming the barn were actually nice guys. They wanted to ask the farm owner if they could borrow her land to have like a Woodstock concert here in the area. It turns out they kept getting frightened because Vernon assumed they were burglars trying to steal from them. They kept getting attacked by Vernon, but when they finally talked to Ma Frickett, she finally gives them her permission, saying, "Oh yeah, of course you could use here if you get Glenn Campbell to perform." And it turns out they're not linked to the Scarecrow at all. It does feel kind of like two episodes in one. There's the fake out mystery, where it turns out the two strangers were nice guys. Then there's the real mystery, where the Scarecrow, of course, is the villain. Oh, yeah, I know you weren't a big fan of this one, Shadow. The real Jonathan Winters passed away on April 11th, 2013. May he rest in peace. Winters has played a character who gets across purposes with another Scarecrow in the Land of Oz episode of Shirley Temple's storybook. Yeah, Jonathan Winters has really been around. He has like a huge resume, though I'm not sure if younger viewers might know him. All the time the Scooby Gang meeting Batman got me thinking Crisis on Infinite Earths happen in the Scooby-Doo universe, because that could explain why the Scooby Gang don't age in the continuity. We need a Huntress tier list. Yes, we do, Akira. Sadly, there might not be too many, and we all know Birds of Prey Huntress is the worst one. With the first episode premiere on Kids WB. Oh, talking about Pokemon. Justice League and Unlimited have way too many episodes to choose as my favorite. It's a legendary show. I agree, Shadow. Justice League, controversial opinion. I do think it's better than Batman, the animated series, but that is my personal bias kicking in. I love both of them, but Justice League, really epic. Alright, sorry, catch up on you guys' comments. Sorry for the dead silence. This episode is pretty entertaining. I do also love the rather ridiculous scene where Jonathan Winters and Scooby and Shaggy are hiding in one of the horse stables trying to dodge the Scarecrow, and Winters comes up with the brilliant idea of using his voice acting to scare him out. And he's like playing like several hundred characters, trying to pretend there's like a police sting operation. They put a board around the area and are ready to pounce on the Scarecrow. Scarecrow, Scarecrow, you better come out, otherwise you're gonna be attacked by the National Guard. I'm here, General, ready to back you up. Excellent. Men, set up a perimeter around the area. Hey, Jonathan Winters, you get to stand next to me. I love your show. My wife and kids are always saying they love that Jonathan Winters. He's the greatest comedian of all time. You deserve your own Saturday morning cartoon. Like, open fire, men. It's so hilarious. And it turns out the Scarecrow was just like in the next stall with them, making the scene even look stupider. Yeah, the Scarecrow actually almost fell for it, but he looks out the window and sees there's nobody there, realizing that Jonathan Winters and the gang are just next to them. It's just so hilarious. I know Shadow thought it was long and dragged out, but Jonathan Winters definitely was having fun while filming this. Yeah, the Scarecrow's Simon Shaky. He was trying to steal Maud's secret formula so he could open up his own KFC. How big are these back roads? Like, the back roads just have infinite or even bigger than the back rooms, given that they're driving in the back roads every time. Yeah, ask Shadow how many times we've seen a back roads beginning. Flashback. Scarecrow haunted Old Man Frickard's farm in the live-action TV movie Scooby-Doo, Curse of the Lake Monster. Oh, that is a pretty fun reference then. Roasted chicken, huh? Isn't that what happened to that one chicken in The Witch's Ghost? Oh, they threatened to do that to a turkey, but no, they decided to spare the turkey to use as kind of like a ratings trap for fans. Like, the turkey became something for tourists to see and enjoy, a huge landmark for their town. Yeah, it was a turkey. I don't know if you're familiar with the 1995 movie Babe, but did you know Rex's actor is voiced by Hugo Weaving, who is the voice of Megatron in the Michael Bay Formers movies? I do know who Hugo Weaving is, but I didn't know he was in Babe. All I can think of when I hear giant chicken is the were-chicken from the real Ghostbusters. Yeah, so Scooby and Shaggy accidentally find the box while they're in the chicken coop. They found it, and they found the experimental chicken feed. One of the chickens steals all the birdseed and grows into a giant kaiju chicken, which chases Scooby, Shaggy, and the Scarecrow around. Wacky antics, everybody's running around. Jonathan Winters accidentally knocks the Scarecrow down the grain chute, and he falls on top of the giant chicken. Everybody's chasing the Scarecrow, everybody's fighting the giant chicken. Mystery Machine's racing, the giant chicken's racing. Ma Frickin' and Jonathan Winters are in a motorcycle together, going down the train tracks. We find out that the chicken feed was lost because it was experimental. The grandfather hid it away because it doesn't last long. The giant chicken ends up shrinking down, causing the Scarecrow and Scooby to fall into the Mystery Machine's hands. It turns out the Scarecrow was actually Ma Frickett's accountant, Mr. Sheekley, or Sheeky, whatever his name was. The old accountant guy. He wanted to steal the chicken feed for himself to open up his own KFC, but he lost it because it turns out he wasn't that great a villain. He gets captured. The giant chicken doesn't last forever, and he ended up doing all this for nothing. They helped save the Frickett farm and gain Jonathan Winters' friendship. Yeah, I do love Jonathan Winters. Definitely has some funny one-liners in this too. Scooby-Dooby-Doo! That's a good dog, but don't let him go into showbiz. Everybody laughs ending. Honestly, Shadow, I don't get what you hated about this episode. I thought it was a laugh ride. It was entertaining. Jonathan Winters was interacting with the gang all throughout as both his characters. The mystery, I think, was admittedly compelling. They have fake-out villains to throw you off of who the real monster is. There's an actual ghost haunting the area. A lot of great, wacky comedy that actually made me laugh. Yeah, this one is definitely an all-around good episode. Definitely S tier. I really love it. I don't care. Jonathan Winters' crossover is S tier. Stephen Sonus, Vernon Crow, Simon as Shaky Scarecrow. I really want to watch the DCAE shows. They're very good, but I can't find any of them in my country, unfortunately. Camille, don't you have Tubi? Tubi is posting Justice League and Static Shock, and I believe Superman the animated series for free. Yeah, check out Tubi. They have half the DC roster on there for free. He was also the narrator of the Dragnet TV series. Oh, cool. No wonder I recognized his voice. And did several roles in Transformers along with Peter Cullen. Yeah, he's awesome. Much better than Goosebumps' Chicken. Yeah. Oh, Shadow. Scarecrow, I think he is in the wrong crossover episode because Batman and Robin never happened. Happened in episode 2, not episode 4. Yeah, it's kind of funny. There's the Vulture from Spider-Man, now the Scarecrow from Batman. My mom took my sister Katie and I to dig and save for toys and collectibles, and I stumbled on a 6-inch silver Pikachu Funko Pop from the 25th anniversary of Pokemon. I was so happy to find this Pikachu. Yeah, everybody loves Pikachu, Sabrina. This is interesting. Surprised they didn't do his best Batman impersonation. Well, Witch's Ghost, Alien Invaders, Cyberspace, yeah, I call them the Core 4. Pokemon Forever, Ernest Scared Stupid, will turn old on October. My bad, I'm surprised Jonathan Winters didn't do the best Batman impersonation, which would have been funnier. It would have been. Also, Pokemon anime got canceled. I thought it ended. They tried to renew with a new character, so I guess it didn't do well. Secret Formula, careful Paramount and WB aren't officially merged yet. Yeah, finding the Krabby Patty formula. Just found out Rex also voiced Megatron. I knew that since I looked him up. Also, YC Magic Chicken, food like Skylander Superchargers. Just to bring up Batman the Animated Series, I think Ferris Boyle is probably gonna plead not guilty for everything, including shutting down Victor's project to save his wife Nora. Yeah, too bad Batman found the surveillance footage of him committing crimes. I might promote it to 3 stars, but the villain really dragged it down for me. I understand, Shadow. The Scarecrow, not all that hot a villain, but we actually got a monster in one of these Scooby-Doo crossovers who was actually good. And there was an attempt to throw you off because we had these 2 fake-out guys going around. They thought one of them was the Scarecrow, but he tells them no, he wasn't. He bumped into the Scarecrow, but he was like a total unrelated villain, kind of adding a little bit of a creepy factor here. I hope Super Sentai showed up on Scooby. I just got 3 Pokemon plushies at the swap meet today. Cool, Saga. Cool. Give me the secret formula, Krabs. No. Can I please have the formula? No. We all know what the formula is made of. 4 heaping pounds of freshly ground plankton? Yeah, the secret formula is plankton, people. Oh, you got Eevee. Okay, cool. Eevee, I know everybody loves Eevee. Charmander, very cool. I'm excited for Jigoku Sensei Nube remake. Okay, Kira. And the third one is a Mew Pokédoll. Okay, a lot of good ones. Alright, to wrap up Jonathan Winters, yeah, it's an S-tier episode. Amazing comedy, amazing acting, pretty compelling mystery, and definitely a lot of dumb fun antics, which I love about Scooby-Doo. One of my personal favorites going on S-tier. Will it be outclassed? Very likely, but let's see with our following episodes. Oh boy, at one of the worst episodes ever, Scooby-Doo meets Don Knotts, and Shadow, you can sleep well tonight because I hate this episode. This one sucks. Oh Lord, the Don Knotts crossovers. Honestly, the most overrated crossovers ever. I'm not sure why, but Scooby-Doo really loved Don Knotts. Don Knotts kept getting referenced or making pseudo cameos in future Scooby media. Like, we see a character who looks like Don Knotts, or occasionally Don Knotts himself and other Scooby stuff. Don Knotts is a famous comedian, well known for the Andy Griffith Show and Three's Company. Loved him more on Three's Company because that show was a laugh riot. But Don Knotts, another famous comedian guy. Unfortunately, he didn't bring any of the comedy with him on his Scooby crossover. Alright, so, is it just me or does Don Knotts look really weird in this cartoon? They gave, like, Don Knotts these really weird bug eyes, aged up his face. He kind of looks like a weird alien man. He just, like, moves so unnaturally. And I'm not sure why, but somebody at Warner Brothers really loves Don Knotts, because he appears 2 times in this show. He appears in Scooby-Doo Meets Batman, The Brave and the Bold. He appears in Mystery Incorporated as a background character, in What's New as a background character, and he's in Velma as the incompetent police officer. Somebody working on Scooby-Doo really loves this guy, but I do not understand why, because his crossover is one of the worst ones. Scooby-Doo never met Don Knotts in the dinner one. He was Detective Humphrey Bogart. They never confirmed he was Don Knotts. Scooby just thought he was. The plot twist, Don Knotts is an alien. I thought the secret formula was made from crabs and chicken of the sea tuna and coral bite squid. Yeah, I 100% definitely do not remember watching any of these. Bodhi, you need more culture. Oh, I watched an episode of Batman the Animated Series where they debuted Tiger. Tiger. And for some reason, Selena kind of reminds me of Cheetah before she made her animated debut. Yeah, I got that feeling too. Selena gets turned into an actual sexy cat girl, and it's obviously kind of a prototype of how Cheetah looks from Wonder Woman. Really hot, though. Next is Don Knotts. He was in the Mystery Inc. series. Yeah, I saw him there. Krabby Patties is made of crabs. Oh, referencing Robot Chicken. Okay. You and Wolf should do a tier list for South Park episodes because I watched this show while growing up. Kenny dies in every episode. Oh my god, they killed Kenny. You bastards. Motive to get their inheritance. He also appeared in the game Night of 100 Frights as the groundskeeper. Of course he did. Okay, so for some reason, Scooby-Doo really loves Don Knotts, but after watching this episode, you'll question why. Once again, the Scooby Gang get lost traveling down the back roads, where they end up at a haunted mansion, which is being overseen by, lo and behold, Don Knotts. Don Knotts is a famous comedian, but here, it's kept kind of vague if this is Don Knotts or a character inspired by him. Don Knotts is now a skilled private eye detective who suspects that the original homeowner's inheritance is going to be swindled out of the homeowner by his evil nephews who don't even get names. And he suspects the corrupt family is the Scooby Gang, and he basically harasses, terrifies, and scares Mystery Incorporated while they're hanging out at this house until they get their car fixed. Yeah, leading to one of the biggest reasons I hate this episode. One, Don Knotts is the villain. There's like no way around it. Don Knotts is the antagonist all throughout this episode until the last 10 minutes. We don't actually see any ghosts here. It's Don Knotts posing as multiple characters, trying to, I guess, scare a confession out of the Scooby Gang or get incriminating evidence on them. He dresses up as a pirate, he dresses up as the maid, he dresses up as a chef, he dresses up as a creepy butler. Don Knotts is basically acting as a master of disguise all throughout this episode and annoying the hell out of the Scooby Gang. Leading to the second reason I hate this episode, it is slow. This episode is so boring, so dull. Nothing is happening forever. Basically, the gang are just walking around a house and Don Knotts is doing his one-man show annoying them. That is it for like the next 40 minutes. It isn't until the end where Don Knotts fumbles his disguise and they find out he's actually Private Eye Don Knotts, who's trying to expose the corrupt nephews, trying to steal the inheritance of this nice rich old dude. And Mystery Incorporated tell him the truth that they're completely innocent. They have no involvement in this case whatsoever. So they decide to work together with Don Knotts to crack the case, where now we get ghosts in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, there's basically these guys in like bedsheet kind of ghosts. There's projections, holograms. It turns out the nephews were there trying to maneuver around Don Knotts. We get a very slow and forced mystery where they work together, take down the ghosts, and it turns out, lo and behold, it was the evil nephews all along, who are so evil they don't even get names. Yeah, we don't even like hear them speak, but they were trying to steal their rich grandfather or uncle's inheritance using ghosts and waiting for him to die. It's very nonsensical. But the Scooby Gang become friends with Don Knotts and live happily ever after. Yeah, this one sucks. This episode is bad. They did Don Knotts dirty in this episode. I agree, Joseph. Don Knotts is basically the antagonist throughout most of it. He's harassing the Scooby Gang, trying to expose them as criminals when really their innocence caught up in this. And the Scooby Gang and Don Knotts don't really share that much chemistry. They're basically so gullible, being fooled by Don Knotts and his a million characters. It is a comedy that is not funny, and that's the worst thing it can be. Absolute failure, total doggy-doo. Easily one of the worst episodes in the series. And it won't be the last. The Don Knotts episode totally sucks in my opinion. A real stinker in the F tier, yuck. It's unknown how they were related to each other. They were presumably either brothers or cousins, seeing as they shared an uncle. Yeah, they don't explain it very well. I love how there are 24 episodes. Batman, Robin, Don Knotts, and the Stooges all appeared twice. Globetrotters appeared 3 times. Like, could they not get other celebrities? I guess they were too busy or weren't used to voice acting, Shadow. As it's called, Homer Pipsqueak. Yeah, thank you. I'm not the only one who finds Selena to be prototype Cheetah in the show. Yeah, I thought that too. A lot of people even memed about that. And Cheetah is appearing in the IDW Sonic crossover. Oh, cool. Sorry, catch up on your guys' comments. Yeah, so apparently Don Knotts was that huge that he kept popping up in Scooby stuff, or a character that was clearly inspired by him. Like, we see him as a civilian on Mystery Incorporated, Night of 100 Frights, on Scooby-Doo Meets Batman, The Brave and the Bold. It's pretty crazy how popular this guy was on Scooby-Doo. I hope next time for Death Battle, G.I. Joe gets Snake Eyes or Cobra Commander. Yeah, me too. Cobra Commander versus Baron Zemo. Next is Phyllis Diller. Yep, she is. Okay, Don Knotts' crossover sucks, and guess what? So does the next one, Scooby-Doo Meets Phyllis Diller, which is also pretty terrible. It gets a few points above Don Knotts, because Diller is actually funny, but this one, also a total stinker. The Scooby-Doo gang meet Phyllis Diller. For those of you who don't know, another famous stand-up comedian, this time a female one. Diller's been in a lot of old-school comedy movies and was prominently featured on Saturday Night Live. She is basically an eccentric, kooky old lady that's been her shtick for years. The Scooby-Doo gang meet Phyllis Diller because they find her lost dog, take her back to her haunted mansion, and kind of go on a lot of friendship journeys with her. The episode is very slow, very rushed in places, and for the longest time we don't really have a clear villain. Alright, so Phyllis Diller is actually pretty funny. She's entertaining, she's kooky, she's weird. She has a lot of energy to her, but Phyllis Diller is also a total dumbass in this episode. They make her look so stupid. The conflict is somebody is trying to rob Phyllis Diller of her millions. Somebody wants to use her to gain access to her private vault and steal all her precious valuables because she's a rich millionairess in this show. The Scooby Gang befriend Phyllis Diller, meet a bunch of wacky characters, and basically we get like 2 very long episodes to stretch this out, where 1, they're lost in Phyllis Diller's haunted mansion, then 2, they're lost in the House of Mystery. Phyllis Diller basically goes to a seance, a fortune teller, to talk to her dead ex-husbands, and she invites the gang along for a treat, where they basically get lost in this creepy, haunted house of mystery or whatever, meet a lot of weird Halloween gimmicks, and there's a lot of WTF moments in this episode. 1, they set up like a lot of red herrings all throughout this, but some of them do not make sense. Like, in hindsight, we meet like this weird magician guy who seems like he wants to rob Phyllis Diller, but it turns out no, he's actually completely innocent or something. It does not make sense. And Phyllis Diller is a total idiot. She's talking to this astral projection. It's like a projector ghost claiming to be her husband, and she tells him, oh yeah, I'll give you my PIN number, and we get this weird scene of like several characters listening in on her. We see her butler, we see the assistant, we see the fortune teller woman herself, we see the magician, all listening in, sneering evilly, and it turns out only one of these guys is the actual monster, making me question what was the point. The gang and Phyllis Diller basically get lost in 2 haunted mansions, going around mazes, getting in wacky antics. Phyllis Diller once in a while has a few funny one-liners, but good lord, does she look so dumb in this episode? I'm sorry, but it feels like somebody really hated Phyllis Diller. She is basically kind of a scatterbrained senior, a bit senile, doesn't understand what's going on, always cracking stupid lines, and even when the gang are running from ghosts, they tell her, Miss Diller, can you please shut up? It's basically like this for stretched out for 40 minutes. It's not really scary, not really an engaging mystery. Phyllis Diller is definitely trying, she's at least having fun here, but she and the gang do not share really swell chemistry together. Though, also another negative, the ghosts aren't even ghosts. They're like creepy hooded burglars. It's basically two guys in trench coats and ski masks. Those are our ghosts. They try to set up like there's gonna be a haunting earlier. We see like puppet spiders. We see a guy dressed as a gargoyle. This does not end up going anywhere. Instead, they're at Phyllis Diller's mansion, trying to beat the burglars back to her safe to prevent her from getting robbed. Phyllis Diller is so useless in this episode, though, always kind of hindering them, and she awkwardly disappears during most of the final act. She gets home before the gang. They finally make it home after almost falling into the river and getting hit by a bridge. It's really weird. In real life, Phyllis Diller was actually only married twice, to Sherwood Diller from 1939 to 65 and Ward Donovan from 1965 to 1975. Yeah, Phyllis Diller has 4 husbands. She apparently really gets around, is super rich because she dated a lot of successful men. For those of you who don't know, Phyllis Diller is very funny. She has kind of like a dry wit to her, always making sassy cracks, and has her trademark laugh. I met my first husband during a classic time, Jurassic. Ha 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 ha. That's kind of her humor. She likes laughing at her own jokes a lot. She is funny, but unfortunately she's not a part of a very good episode. I was joking earlier, but once Paramount WB merger does go through, Scooby-Doo and SpongeBob actually wouldn't be too bad meeting. That is, if they can meet. SpongeBob lives underwater. Yeah, she's the queen in A Bug's Life. Yeah, I was gonna say, when you mentioned Velma, I didn't think Don Knotts was still with us. No, he wasn't. It was a guy designed to look like Don Knotts. I stand by that these episodes could have just been 22 minutes. I agree, Shadow. Phyllis Diller especially. This episode, once again, is another slow one. Very dull, very clunky. A lot of padded out scenes. The gang running around a haunted mansion, then Phyllis Diller's mansion, but going into a lot of crazy scenarios. The ghosts aren't even ghosts. They're 2 basically burglars. They're wearing disguises, but they plan to loot Phyllis Diller's house. And at the end, the gang don't even save the day. They like try to set up a trap for the burglars. Then it turns out the police just showed up because Phyllis Diller's neighbor saw the Scooby Gang breaking into her home. The Scooby Gang don't even save the day at the end of the episode. The police show up and arrest the bad guys. And who were the burglars? Well, it was the assistant at the Mystery Mansion. The assistant went to loot Phyllis Diller, and he and his partner in crime were planning to attack them. A lot of scenes don't add up when you rewatch this, like, why were, like, multiple characters acting suspicious, trying to hear what Phyllis Diller was telling her husband, smiling evilly? The butler was set up like he was gonna betray her. For some reason, the fortune teller was locked in a laundry basket. They don't explain why. The butler wanted to protect his wife, so he shoved her in a laundry basket. I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, the police saved the day while the Scooby Gang and Phyllis Diller were completely useless. Then Phyllis Diller finally gives Scooby a snack at the end of the episode, where Scooby's been hungry all episode, then he finally eats his snack. Ending an episode with everybody laughs. Yeah, this one sucks. It's bad. I'm sorry, but it's bad. Phyllis Diller is a very talented celebrity and a very hilarious woman, but her talents were not fully utilized here. The plot itself is lackluster. The mystery is not engaging. It's so obvious who the villain is again, and there's scenes that do not make any sense upon rewatch. Easily an F tier. Slightly above Don Knotts because Phyllis got to be actually funny. And she was Madame Uspankaya in Boy Meets World, and Susie Squirrel in Animaniacs, and Lillian in King of the Hill. I also remember her as Jimmy Neutron's grandma. Trenchcoats and ski masks claim I'm a ghost, but last minute Halloween costume idea after forgetting to go to Spirit of Halloween despite it being open from August to October. One of my favorite things to track in the series is how many crimes the gang commits. I know, Shadow, I know. Speaking of which, we'll get to that one next episode. Also, the animation era, Shaggy's t-shirt is colored gray, and his neck, and Daphne's hair when the Mystery Machine drives to the Magic Mansion. More animation era is great. Catch up on your guys' comments. I'm back. What I miss? Hey, Bat Kid, we're on 2 terrible episodes. You missed us bump off Don Knotts, the Addams Family, and we're on Phyllis Diller, wrapping her up right now. Underrated series, to be honest. Disguises Mystery Inc. as movers. The butler did it, lol. They thought he did, but no, the butler was innocent. Next is Sandy Duncan. Yeah, we'll get to her, Akira. The gang were useless because the police saved the day, not the Scooby Gang. Like, how's that possible? Yeah, the police just arrest the burglars. As seeing 2 Daphnes is a double mint commercial. Double mint gum. Here one crime, Carl Weezer. Hang out with your mom. Yeah, Jimmy Neutron's classic. But Phyllis Diller's episode is not. This episode, honestly, really bad. I'm kind of surprised Phyllis Diller got the same recognition as Don Knotts did when her episode was very messy, very sloppy, not scary, and does not make sense when you actually think about it. Going on F tier. Next, we get to Sandy Duncan. I know Shadow's been looking forward to this. Sandy Duncan is an episode I used to like, but not anymore. It is also going on to F tier, below Phyllis Diller, but above Don Knotts. The Scooby Gang meets Sandy Duncan for the first time. They meet her again in Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, which I did see. Also an episode that was alright, but this one, another bad one. The Scooby Gang go to Hollywood. They finally make it to a place they're actually traveling to, only to stumble upon a Hollywood mystery. The Scooby Gang meets Sandy Duncan, a then young up-and-coming actress. Sandy Duncan was once one of the prettiest women in the world. She was a rising starlet at the time, and she's shooting her new movie, a remake on Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. However, somebody is trying to sabotage the movie and the studio, where she begs the gang for help, where Scooby-Doo and Sandy Duncan work together to crack the mystery over who's trying to sabotage a Hollywood studio. Unfortunately, Sandy Duncan is barely in this crossover. Yeah, we get another one where the celebrity doesn't really interact with the gang that much. Sandy Duncan is there at the first act, and we don't see her again until the last 10 to 15 minutes of film. Yeah, all I know about Sandy Duncan is Family Guy jokes about her glass eye. Yeah, they're at Mammoth Studio. Remember, kids, if you kidnap a movie star, she will put you in her movie. And Sandy implies that Shirley isn't a natural redhead, making Daphne the only redhead out there. Yeah, so a lot of funny antics or attempts at funny antics. There's not really one monster, it's one guy posing as different villains and monster costumes, attacking the gang all episode. Sandy Duncan's trying to record her new movie. We see her stunt woman looks like her. Sandy Duncan wears a red wig to make her look like Daphne so the villain can mix Sandy and Daphne up. Daphne actually auditions to be a stunt woman for Sandy Duncan in this. It starts out promising, but then we get to the slow moments. Once again, we get another slow, clunky episode where it's mostly the gang interacting with a bunch of weird sets. The gang try to find the monster, only to end up lost on the Hollywood studio, going into a bunch of different set pieces, where the Master of Disguise attacking them, fights them in different outfits, different characters, and with giant friggin' Megazords trying to kill the gang, basically. Sandy Duncan is not as involved in this episode as you'd think. She's there on the sidelines, but barely does much. Oh, I do want to bring up Scooby-Doo falls in love with Sandy Duncan, and I didn't want to bring this up, but is anyone kind of weirded out by this? Scooby-Doo and a human woman falling in love, and the human woman actually reciprocates her feelings for Scooby? That's a clean burn in hell, I tell you what. Yeah, Scooby and Sandy Duncan fall in love, and Scooby wants to be with Sandy Duncan, and for some reason the gang don't act like it's weird that their dog wants to make out with a famous movie actress. I love Sandy Duncan. You love Sandy Duncan. Come on, Scoob. Yes, it's so weird. But yeah, basically, the gang get lost in a studio, are chased by mummies, pirates, dragons, apparently King Kong off screen, which we don't see, making me suspect that there's a lot of deleted scenes. Eventually, The villain tries to abduct Sandy Duncan, only to, of course, accidentally capture Daphne. He mistakes Daphne, who is dressed like Sandy, for her, takes her hostage and kidnaps her, while the gang try to save her, where Sandy Duncan uses her incredible acting ability to fool the monster. It's honestly kind of the weirdest defeat in Scooby-Doo. He has like Daphne bound and gagged, he's holed up in like a cemetery set, and he overhears Sandy Duncan using her acting skills to talk to the gang, talking about how they're going to clear the area and finally arrest the monster, that she's perfectly safe and fine. Monster opens up the door to his villain base and gets jumped by Fred and Shaggy. It turns out the monster is Mr. Hyde at this point, but they unmask him, revealing that he's actually a former silent movie star, Zalia Z. Fairchild, who only wanted to save the studio from shutting down. He was fired years ago, but he wanted to come back, prove himself a good actor. He found out the studio was facing some troubled waters, so he tried to abduct Sandy Duncan and threatened to ruin the new studio's movie unless they helped him save the studio and give him his job back. And they actually play this guy up like he's a sympathetic villain in all this, when he broke so many laws and so many moral lines getting to here. Yep, and of course, another clickbait episode where the guest star barely appeared. And the saddest Disney movie, you talk about Fox and the Hound. Yeah, Sandy Duncan is the girl fox Vixie. Wow, 3 F tiers in a row. I'm questioning what the fuck happened to this series. Yeah, there's a reason some of these episodes didn't get an official direct-to-video launch. Yeah, Sandy Duncan played Peter Pan on Broadway. Okay, so Sandy Duncan is a good actress, but you would not get that impression watching her here. She's like barely involved with the gang. This guy, the villain, is actually supposed to be a sympathetic villain, but when you think about it, he's not. He tried to murder Sandy Duncan, tried to murder the Scooby-Doo gang, caused Lord knows how much money in terms of property damage, terrorized the studio, was going to take Sandy Duncan only to take Daphne hostage and hold her for ransom. And it turns out, oh, you're just a misunderstood good guy, we'll forgive you. They forgive him for everything and rehire him back to work in Hollywood. Sounds like the old school Ezra Miller story, am I right? It's kind of BS. I get that they want to make the guy, oh, he just wanted to save the studio and make movies again, which could have worked if he didn't try to murder everyone all throughout this episode. Sandy Duncan is an American singer and actress, and she's now a writer, according to Guess Who. Okay, so Sandy Duncan was a famous movie actress back in the day. She used to be an A-lister, not so much now because, of course, time moved forward. She's not all that bad here, but she's very underutilized and a part of a messy, messy storyline, which does not make sense when you think about it for 1 second. Or better yet, a snuff film, like that one story from The One Tale to Give You Goosebumps story. She was in The Swan Princess. Oh, she was. The gang destroyed so much on Mammoth Studios, they did. Still not as bad as Sonic falling in love with Princess Elise in Sonic 2006. Shadow, you had to re-traumatize everyone with that. It's like Brian Griffin dating human women. Yeah, I get it. It's supposed to be kind of a fictional crush. If it helps, Sandy Duncan and Scooby don't end up together. Sandy Duncan kind of tries to let Scooby down gently, but tells him, okay, Scooby, if you become my boyfriend, you'll have to come with me to new filming locations, like the scary Amazon, with all the dangerous monsters and quicksand, and who knows what else. And Scooby gets scared straight, decides, yep, he's over Sandy Duncan. Now he'll need a new girlfriend. Maybe someone magical. Hint, hint. But this episode ends on a happy note. The villain is forgiven for all his crimes. The Scooby Gang get to be a part of Sandy Duncan's movie, and the studio, Mammoth Studios, ends up saved with their big hit, ending on an optimistic ending. This episode is not very good. It is a mess. It's all over the place. The gang barely interact with Sandy Duncan. It explores a bunch of spooky set pieces which are barely tied together. A lot of stuff happens off screen. Sandy Duncan doesn't really have that much chemistry with the gang besides Scooby, and the villain is easily forgiven for a bunch of BS he should have been arrested for. Not a good episode. Yeah, she was Applejack in the old MLP movie. And she was in Guess Who. Yeah, she does come back along with Zalia Z. Fairchild. Shadow, he gets like a cameo. He's not the villain again. He helps the gang out in solving a mystery, and they confirm that the first one did happen. Who's Sandy Duncan? She was a former actress, most famous in the 60s and 70s. Yeah, there's your 6'7" meme. She used to be like the prettiest girl in America, was in a lot of romantic comedies, a lot of drama films. She appears here on Scooby-Doo to help boost her image. Yeah, she was on Scooby-Doo and Guess Who. I see your comments. Yeah, I did watch that episode too. Nobody used to bother with it when Brian fell in love with humans on Family Guy. Of course it's different now, lol. The scene of Fred, Daphne, and Velma in the boat is actually used in the intro for the series. Yeah, we see that. They save Daphne once while she's in her dress and row the boat down, and we see that in the intro recycled a lot. The main difference is Daphne's inner costume is Sandy's double, which was a green dress while she's wearing purple in the intro. And the human woman is a real breathing person who has no clue why didn't Sandy Duncan sue for falling in love with a fictional dog on a kid's show? I watched South Park's COVID special and it was okay. But when I watched their pandemic special, they sucked. Oh, you didn't like the giant gerbils? They loved that effect. Mr. Thayer is like a parody of Louis B. Mayer, one of the founders of MGM. Daphne mentions reporting the dragon to Smokey the Bear, the U.S. Forest Service wildlife prevention mascot, yeah, when it's set as a group of trees on fire. Oh, I almost forgot. I watched Batman Mask of the Phantasm back in July, and it holds up very well, even by 90s standards. Yeah, Mask of the Phantasm is a classic. Easily a peak Batman movie. As it is funny, hey, Mr. Hyde did not hurt anyone. Yeah, Zalia Z. Fairchild, hashtag justice for Zalia. A remake of the Scooby-Doo Guess Who episode. Yeah, they were remaking Jekyll and Hyde again with Sandy Duncan. It was on Boomerang. It was also on Discovery Family, which got access to that show. The plot was done way better with the Faceless Phantom and What's New Scooby-Doo. Yeah, fully agree, Shadow. Fully agree. Way better Hollywood mystery there. Velma rarely makes use of the visual jokes, but when escaping the Indian's arrow, she tucked her head into her shirt, then lifted it out. Yeah, she used her turtleneck. I mean, you have Vegeta, who killed a bunch of people and was redeemed. Yeah, but Vegeta was also given a good redemption arc. Zalia was redeemed in the last few seconds of a one-shot episode. I crashed out at the ending of Sandy Duncan's episode. I agree, Shadow. That pissed me off, too. This guy tried to murder the Scooby Gang multiple times, and his grand scheme was to abduct Sandy Duncan, only to abduct this innocent teenage girl, to hold her for ransom to save his job. Yeah, guy, you passed the moral event horizon long ago. In 2 days will be the... I read that one, Bionicle, The Legend of Reborn. As why the villain takes Daphne as Sandy Duncan's double, as how he's a dumb villain. Because we were talking about Scooby-Doo, what monsters would he put on Mount Rushmore? Easily Captain Cutler, the 10,000 volt ghost. I love that monster. I do think the Creeper should be up there, and Spooky Space Kook. The Spooky Space Kook with the creepy laugh. Those are my top 4 villains. Yeah, Captain Cutler, Creeper, Space Kook, and 10,000 volt ghost. Next is Sonny and Cher. Yep, okay. You know, guest star episode could make a show or episode feel dated. Yeah, Sandy Duncan's definitely did. Easily an F-tier episode, one of the worst. Rock bottom bad. I would say definitely skip this one. There's a much better Scooby-Doo Hollywood story in What's New. But let's move on to another dated celebrity episode, Sonny and Cher. For those of you who don't know, Sonny and Cher used to be a duet of band singers. Sonny and Cher are both professional singers and occasional actors. Cher became an actress. Sonny acted in a few things, namely he was in Scooby-Doo and Airplane 2, but this was back when they were still a married couple, a famous celebrity couple back when Scooby-Doo was on top of the world. So of course they guest starred on here, where they meet the Scooby Gang driving on the back roads, but this time Sonny and Cher are the ones who car crashed, and the Scooby Gang saved them. Alright, so Sonny and Cher's episode, I have mixed feelings on. I will be putting it onto C tier. Yeah, I know that is a lot higher than you, Shadow, but one, I do like the monster idea in this episode. Sonny and Cher are going on their honeymoon to a beach resort island. However, the island has fallen under disrepair, so they're at this creepy hotel, barely hanging on a cliffside, looking like it might fall at any moment, where the island is haunted by shark demons. And yeah, this is technically the first episode with an evil shark man, or shark men, I should say. The Sharkmen are really cool villains. Unfortunately, the plot is another meandering one, and Sonny and Cher have their mixed moments. The gang rescue Sonny and Cher and go to this private hotel where they get into wacky antics and combat the evil Sharkmen, uncovering a grand mystery happening beneath the very beaches they walk on. And honestly, the mystery is actually very engaging. It's an interesting episode, but one, it's another slow one, and two, I do not like Cher. Cher is a bitch in this. She is very mean, cynical, dour, and is constantly putting her husband down. Like, she always has some negative comment, is always complaining. It just drove me nuts. I do not like Cher. She is a cold bitch, especially towards Sonny. She's always crying and complaining. Well, this is another fine mess you gotten me into. Like, something fishy is happening here. My name is Barbara Streisand. But Cher, you're not named Barbara Streisand. You catch on quick, big boy. You know, I think I'm gonna go get some warm milk. Huh, dressed like that, you look like a grape soda pop. She's just so very mean-spirited in this. I really hated her. Cher brought the episode down for me because I do not like her in this. It also doesn't help that they keep calling her a beautiful Indian princess when Cher is not actually Native American. This was completely disproven in the following years, making a few lines very awkward. Sonny is at least likable. He's a goofball, the stupid husband, kind of Homer Simpson type, trying to make his wife happy, do whatever she says, only to, of course, fumble and screw up a lot. He has a sunny disposition. I guess that's the idea. Sonny is the optimist, while his wife Cher is the downer negative one, but it just made me really hate Cher more, since Sonny's at least trying. The Scooby Gang go on to basically a haunted beach area, and there are fun chase scenes here. The shark demons have like a weird passing through a pier. The island gets surrounded by water for at least a few weeks, meaning you can't return to the mainland until the tide goes down. Really creative set pieces here. There's underwater caverns, creepy railings that lead into the ocean, sharks constantly swimming around here. Scooby and Shaggy end up taking like this cool water bike across the water. It's honestly a fun set piece for a Scooby-Doo mystery. Unfortunately, Sonny and Cher might also be really dated celebrities. I know Cher is still alive right now, but she hasn't really been culturally relevant in a long while. And I think Sonny has passed away. He became like a congressman after Scooby-Doo. It's a really crazy story. If you don't know, Sonny and Cher also sang the song for Babe, the ba, I got you, babe, ba. That was like their famous hit. Sonny passed away in January 5th, 1998 in a skiing accident. Yeah, may he rest in peace. Love Sonny on Airplane 2. He was a really funny guy there. You know, a guest star episode could make a show or episode feel dated. Yeah, this one definitely does. I was literally talking in another live stream about how easily basically every Yu-Gi-Oh villain, except the ring spirit / Zork, is easily forgiven for everything, haha. Well, Merrick was controlled by his dark side, so that one did have some explanation. Okay, as this was fine. Wait, if the Scooby-Doo gang met Sandy Duncan in 1970, but how did they meet her again in 2017 when guess who happened? Yeah, Sandy Duncan would be around 50 or 60 years old. Like I said, Crisis on Infinite Earths had to happen. Yeah, especially since the gang are still kids. I meant the South Park episode with the main characters all grown up. That's what I was talking about in my last comment. Yeah, that one where Eric Cartman ruined his life and became a homeless bum. Black Knight has to be on Mount Rushmore because he launched the franchise and his design keeps being reused. Yeah, you love the Black Knight, Ghost Shadow. When I first watched Batman Mask of the Phantasm, I really liked how Bruce and Andrea were meant to be a couple, but it was short-lived, and I don't know what Joker did to Arthur. Didn't he, like, knock him up with, like, Joker venom? Yeah, the monster is Milo Meekley. Mr. Meekley, the old hotel manager. The Scooby Gang are combating these demonic sharks, and none of the sharks are the actual villain mastermind behind it. The island is being used to salvage a bunch of stolen treasure from underneath the sea. They're like running a criminal operation here, and it turns out to be the nice hotel manager, Mr. Meekley, who Fred hilariously defeats with his trash can cymbals. That did kind of make me laugh. They have like an underwater fight leading them to the underground where there's like a whole operation. They're digging up like silver and lost treasure and the like. Running an illegal salvaging operation. They fight the shark demon, defeat him by tripping him up. It turns out the shark demon were actually a bunch of henchmen working for Mr. Meekley, and there was an undercover cop working as a creepy maid, which did give one of the funniest lines in the episode. Yes, the maid was an undercover cop? How come? Because nobody would suspect a woman of being an undercover police officer. Really funny stuff. But yeah, it turns out the maid who was acting creepy all episode was actually an undercover police officer who arrests Mr. Meekley, and Mr. Meekley kind of becomes hilarious once he's exposed, becomes like this snarling, growling animal, like, acting kind of like a shark demon, ironically despite not being a shark demon. And as my friend Shadow pointed out, the number of Sharkmen in this episode is very inconsistent. At first you think it's one, but it turns out there's 2 to 3 of them, and we only see 2 of them actually arrested at the end with Mr. Meekley. The Shark Demon's plan made no sense. Why would you run a fake hotel and let civilians stay? Why would you hire a maid? Well, somebody's got to keep the hotel clean, Shadow. That's what Pool Shark should have been. Yeah. Was breathing loudly through a doorway when Daphne and Velma went to inform Fred about what they saw in the Sharkmen. There was a deleted scene that involved Scooby and Shaggy walking to the kitchen and finding the dumbwaiter leading to the wine cellar where the shark monster was waiting. I wish that made it in here. It would have made a lot more sense. While Sunny, Cher, Shaggy, and Scooby are running from the shark god on barrels, Cher tells Sunny, well, this is another fine mess you gotten us into. Yeah, she's really mean, alluding to the Laurel and Hardy quote. Yeah, that was a catchphrase from another franchise, which guest starred later. It doesn't surprise me the criminal was able to return to fame with no repercussions or consequences, and no want for redemption. Mr. Meekley references the 1939 film adaptation of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes novel, The Hound of Bakersville, which Scooby-Doo would parody. This was the first of the film series starring Basil Rathbone as Holmes. They mean devilfish, but it translates to something else in Spanish, to diabolico fish. Next is Don Knotts again, like why? This is confusing. I thought Cher died, probably misremembering something. No, apparently Cher is alive at like 90 years old. She's not as relevant as she used to be, but I saw her, she was like hosting the Grammy Awards. Cher's still kicking, but she is like really old now. Yeah, that's the one I thought I would force him to laugh by mental torture, but Joker used his venom like he did in the Laughing Fish episode. This was the problem the series was going to have regardless of it due to its quality, the guest star characters, because it only makes it age like milk. Yeah, Sunny and Cher is definitely aged worse. Believe it or not, Cher came back in Scooby-Doo and Guess Who for another crossover. I've not seen it, though. This episode, honestly, kind of below average. They fight, it turns out Mr. Meekly was running this insane criminal operation. Fred defeats him with his trash can symbols. The Sharkmen get captured, and Cher throws a hissy fit, bringing the house down. Yeah, she's like raging out, talking about how unfun this was, and once she like kicks the stairs of the hotel, the entire hotel falls into the middle of the ocean, and Cher gets to say the Scooby-Doo catchphrase. Yeah, kind of a below average episode. I do not recommend it, especially because of how dated it is. The shark people are really cool, but the villain's plan does not make any sense at all. Very slow moments, not too much comedy. Cher is horribly unlikable in this one, which made me like her a lot less. You know, I might bump it down beneath the Addams Family one, honestly. It's kind of a below average episode. Not the worst thing I've ever seen, but definitely one worth skipping, going on a C tier. Next, we get to the second Don Knotts episode, and Shadow and I debated this. I think this one is actually worse than the first one, another F tier. She cameoed in Mamma Mia 2. Yeah, see, John Smith, I don't watch those. Those are girl movies. There are so many missing segments in this series, I need to start Googling to see which episodes have one. Yes, you should, Shadow. Question, which guest star who appeared on the series that aged like milk the worst? I think there is more on here. But I would definitely go with Mama Cass. We'll get to her much later. But yeah, to answer your question, Joseph, Mama Cass, I think, is the one that aged the worst because she did not live a very long life. Like, it is why Scooby-Doo gang never meet Christina Veen, Guess Who? That would have been an awesome crossover. Okay, second Don Knotts crossover. The Scooby Gang get lost in the back roads again and end up in an Old West town. But instead of meeting the Three Stooges, they re-meet Don Knotts, who actually is Don Knotts himself. Don Knotts is the sheriff of this small backcountry town, as a throwback to his famous role on the Andy Griffith Show. And it is another ultra boring one. It is slow, it meanders, it pad things out. For the longest time, we don't actually see a ghost. We don't see who the villains are, we don't see the actual ghosts, and it kind of changes who the ghosts are from time to time. They go from scary projections to a haunted carriage to a Native American ghost to a friggin' three-eyed ghost who shows up for one scene to guys dressed as a bunch of skeletons. It is very all over the place. Once again, Don Knotts is not very funny in this episode. He's basically he's basically a spineless coward, hiding behind everybody's back, always cowering. He's not very good at his job. The Scooby Gang basically show up to help the sheriff do his job and find the monsters. It is very slow, not all that engaging, not all that funny. We get a few good jokes, like the sheriff's like weird laugh. They like heard a mysterious laugh and they try to make the sheriff laugh with these bad stand-up dad jokes. Oddly, Juneberry is in the western states while Mayberry is in North Carolina. Another error when Daphne and Shaggy are attempting to make the sheriff laugh. Shaggy's neck is green like his shirt, yeah. I used to watch Three's Company sometimes with my grandfather years ago, and it's really good. Yeah, Three's Company is a classic. Don Knotts is hilarious there. Here, honestly, they do too many jokes where he's like a cowardly wuss. He's with Shaggy and Scooby. Don Knotts kind of awkwardly disappears in the middle of this episode, only to return without having it animated on screen. Basically, they don't stay in Juneberry. They're trying to find a ghost who's haunting Juneberry, stealing all the cattle. They think it's ghosts, but Officer Don Knotts and Mystery Inc. are on the case, where they get lost in a graveyard for half the episode. Then they get lost underground for half the episode, and man, the underground set is not at all interesting. They fall into trap holes, they get chased by boulders, fall for a bunch of projection ghosts, which really the Scooby Gang should have caught on to long ago. Don Knotts is basically crying and running away throughout most of it, being generally useless. I swear, there's a 10-minute scene of Scooby and Shaggy stuck in a trap hole trying to get out, and Don Knotts kind of disappears and shows back up once they're out of the hole. It goes on for a long while, giving you a lot of Looney Tunes style antics. They're trying to get out of the hole. They fall back into the hole. They try to get out of the hole only to fail to get out of the hole. It lasts for so long. It's so boring. Jeez. And speaking of which, if you didn't love the get out of the hole skit the first time, there's another one where they're trying to get out of the hole again, and we see all 5 of the gang crawl up slowly up a rope, and they have to drag Don Knotts up because he's so useless and scared stiff. And yeah, they get out of the hole again, and we see Don Knotts fall back into the hole, get him out of the hole again. It's so boring, OMG. This episode sucks. So, what happens? Basically a lot of chase scenes, a lot of fake ghosts, and the monster is actually this weird skeleton guy in a control room. They end up chasing him, and we find out who the rustlers are. The rustlers are the creepy skeleton guys. They're stealing the cattle and pretending ghosts are taking them, where Scooby-Doo causes a stampede and they run over the guys, basically crippling them and hurting them. It turns out it was the corrupt businessman trying to steal the land all along. He was trying to take away the land's cattle for himself, so he could basically bankrupt them and buy the land dirt cheap. He used them for land development. I'm watching Bionicle the Legend Reborn for its anniversary coming in 2 days. Yeah, you told me. Getting the actual Don Knotts to voice his character and as a police officer is a nod to the Andy Griffith Show. Yeah, I brought that up. Like, how do you mess that up compared to the first one? It's so boring. They're basically exploring a graveyard for half of it, then exploring a mine shaft throughout most of it. The gang are underground for a long time, and I swear the animators use this underground background for multiple crossovers, because we see it comes back in the Three Stooges, in Josie and the Pussycats, and a third one, I believe the Speed Buggy one. And, of course, even in Genie one, because there's underground caverns in half these episodes. Fred and Velma do an impersonation of Laurel and Hardy when they try to get the sheriff to laugh, and they would appear eventually in The Ghost of Bigfoot. Yeah, they would. Yeah, Three's Company is a pretty good show. I love how they call it Spooky Fog of Juneberry when the fog appeared for like 10 seconds, and they spend most of the time out of Juneberry. Yeah, they caused a cattle stampede to run the villains over. Of course, it was the corrupt businessman, because he's literally the only suspect. There's like only 2 guys in this episode beside the gang and Don Knotts. It's this corrupt businessman or the sheriff, who's kind of a slightly mean boss towards Don Knotts. Gene Hawtrey, he was the skeleton. He was planning to steal the cattle. Yep, that was his evil scheme. The jalapeno is helping my throat since it is sore and the stuff should heat up. Usually it's carbonated soda that helps, like 7-Up. This also made me crash out. There was like 4 skeleton men, but only 1 was arrested, and they acted like there was only 1 skeleton man. Yeah, that got me too. Animation error again. There's multiple villains clearly in this, but we only see the main one and one of his henchmen get arrested and unmasked, making you question what happened to the other 2. Yeah, basically, they foil his scheme, crush him with a cattle stampede, expose his villain operation, and Don Knotts finally gets a Medal of Honor. Well, we get one last ending where the gang actually forgets Scooby back in Juneberry, and Don Knotts is finally useful in the plot by returning their dog. Yep, that was Don Knotts' biggest contribution to this entire episode. He helps the gang by returning Scooby to them because they were stupid for an end joke. Terrible episode. It's slow. It's boring. Don Knotts is really not funny in either of these. They don't use him all that well. I do not buy he's become best friends with Mystery Incorporated, and the villains are really random or they suck. I think it is actually worse than the first one. Easy F tier. Next is Laurel and Hardy. Is Knox known for being a coward? Well, he's supposed to be like a doofy police officer, but I never really pictured him as a coward. They made him that way so he could join up with Shaggy and Scooby on a lot of mishaps. God rest John Ritter's soul. Yep, rest in peace. This episode should have been called Scooby-Doo Meets Holes 2003 because what's with the holes of the episode? Are they traveling to in the Rockies or the Appalachian Mountains? I think it was the Rockies. Okay, it is funny. Did the skeletons die off screen? Yeah, we only see 2 of them arrested when there were like clearly 4 of them, but animation errors. Man, really missed opportunity with Don. Can I believe that they did Don cannot believe what they did to Don like that. I love the Andy Griffith and Three's Company shows. Laurel and Hardy should be the ghost of the Yeti. Do not call him Bigfoot. So no pet tracker. Yep, not yet. Alright, so Don Knotts' sequel episode, just as bad as the first one. Both are F tier. But next is Laurel and Hardy. Yep, they meet silent movie stars Laurel and Hardy to hide the fact that they didn't get the actual Laurel and Hardy. No, they got 2 voice impersonators to play them to act as Laurel and Hardy in this episode. So this is probably another dated celebrity appearance, but if you don't know, Laurel and Hardy are basically silent movie stars. They're the big fat guy and the small skinny guy. The skinny guy's an idiot, while the fat guy is a smart one who suffers from the skinny guy's stupidity. Laurel and Hardy are trying to find jobs where the gang bump into them while on the mountains. They're going to a ski resort for vacation where they pick up Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy. And this episode, honestly not too bad. I'm going to put it onto A tier. Yeah, I know, Shadow, you really hated this episode, but I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a dumb, fun misadventure, and it helps that it was actually funny. Laurel and Hardy are trying to get jobs at this failing ski resort. The ski resort is failing because it's being haunted by the ghost of Bigfoot. I didn't know Bigfoot was dead, but yeah, the ghost of Bigfoot is terrorizing this city, scared away everyone, and the ski resort is going out of business, hence the reason why it needs employees. Laurel and Hardy get jobs working at the ski resort as bellhops, and basically help do a lot of odd jobs around the hotel, while the gang try to relax here for vacation, only of course for Mystery to call upon them once more. We meet the ghost of Bigfoot, who is this really weird, like, white snowman looking guy. He kind of looks like the ice monster from What's New, Scooby-Doo. You know, the one that was attacking the ski players. Yeah, the ski champions, I meant to say. Yeah, the ski champions getting attacked by the icicle monster, that kind of guy. Bigfoot is in this, and I know, Shadow, you hate it because he looks like the Sasquatch, basically. I'm not sure how evil, giant, hairy gorilla man has a ghost, but that's where we're at. Bigfoot is haunting the hotel, leading to a lot of wacky antics. So, Laurel and Hardy are most famous for their physical slapstick comedy, and there is an abundance of that in this show, but I will warn you, the animation is a bit shaky in this. We get a lot of wacky antics and comedy scenes with Laurel and Hardy getting physically hurt or doing a lot of big stunts with Shaggy and Scooby. This is because this is what they were most famous for. That's the ghost. I did research. Bigfoot and the Yeti are 2 separate creatures. Yeah, it's the Yeti or Sasquatch. Yeti is the ice one and Bigfoot is the forest one. Well, the episode officially calls him the ghost of Bigfoot. The Hardy Boys from the books. No, Laurel and Hardy are silent comedians from the old silent movie era. They only started out as silent voices until audio was invented, which luckily they got plenty of episodes of that. Okay. So, Abbott and Costello reversed, lol. Yeah, kind of. Bigfoot's ghost, and more of an Abbott and Costello guy. I know you love those guys, Shadow. I do know Laurel and Hardy, also Buster Keaton, that Tom Cruise loves to rip off. Oh, Harold Lloyd. Yeah, Buster Keaton, we saw him on our Twilight Zone reviews. I'm starting to think... Oh, I read that one. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of lost media Scooby-Doo scenes. Larry Harmon was Stan Laurel, and Jim McGeorgia was Oliver Hardy. Jonathan Crabtree as the ghost of Bigfoot. Yeah, it turns out it was Crabtree. Once again, we have really limited suspects. There's only like 3 guys in this episode besides the gang and the celebrities. We meet the nice old business manager, discount Mr. Meekly. We meet the ski resort guy who is a coach instructor acting very suspicious and shifty, and Mr. Crabtree, who's the one guest who's still living at this hotel, yet he keeps to himself. A lot of physical slapstick, a lot of comedy antics, the gang screws around, Bigfoot attacks the hotel, tries to terrify everyone into leaving, Laurel and Hardy get into wacky mishaps, a lot of wacky skiing accidents. We see a lot of scenes that are meant to pad out the episode. I do agree, Shadow, this episode could have been very shorter, but one, it is actually funny. Laurel and Hardy are actually very entertaining guest stars, even though I know it's not them. The Scooby Gang have a lot of funny moments. I love Scooby and Shaggy getting scared by Bigfoot. Scooby actually using his bloodhound nose to track Bigfoot, only to find him faster than he thinks and get scared. It turns out, in a very bizarre turn in the final act, Bigfoot is running a car theft operation where he's stealing people's abandoned cars, repainting them and rebuilding them to sell them on the black market as alleged new cars. Yes, it is a very weird scheme and a really huge operation for such a ridiculously small story, but we see Bigfoot driving like a big rig truck. It is such a funny visual. He's repainting the cars. Eventually the gang find him at his hideout. We get wacky chase scene throughout the car auto dealership. The size of this place keeps changing throughout the chase scene. It's kind of unintentionally hilarious. But who is Bigfoot? It turns out to be Mr. Crabtree, the socially awkward only guy at the hotel, who was masquerading as Bigfoot using stilts like the minor 49er. He was running an illegal chop shop here all along, and was trying to scare everyone away to keep his criminal operation under wraps. It turns out the ski resort coach is actually an undercover police officer who's been trying to track Crabtree down for years, and now he's finally caught him thanks to the gang. And, yep, they save the hotel, they expose Bigfoot, everybody moves back into town, the hotel is finally having a grand reopening, a lot of customers flowing in, and Laurel and Hardy finally get stable jobs, ending on a happy ending. Honestly, this one isn't too shabby. I think it does have a lot of good funny moments. Laurel and Hardy are definitely interesting guest stars to have on Scooby-Doo. I will thank this episode for introducing them to a lot of younger viewers. The ghost of Bigfoot, I know you don't like him, Shadow, but he was actually iconic for a brief period. His image kept popping up in a lot of later Scooby material. The mystery is actually pretty engaging, very wild, a lot of random comedy moments that are actually funny in this episode. I think this one is a really good time. I'm going to put it onto low 8s here. They used the Yeti on that snow ghost. That's why they probably had to change him to Bigfoot, Shadow. Why Scooby-Doo monsters get recycled in the future. Oh wait, Akira, we're not at Redbeard's return yet. Have Bigfoot searchers discovered the way to get ghost footprints and footage? Badooch. Larry Harmon was an American entertainer, best known as Bozo the Clown. It would change to Bigfoot because they didn't know American audiences didn't know what the Yeti was, even though he was in the Snow Ghost. The mythical Bigfoot, the creature many others have been finding for decades, is dead. Maybe that explains why no one could find Bigfoot all these years. Yeah, it turns out it was Mr. Crabtree. I'm actually surprised they never did Scooby-Doo meets Abbott and Costello, especially because Joe Besser did appear in this show. Just to bring up Operation Overdrive, did you know the actress who played Quasar is the writer for Dino Fury? No, I did not know that. Why, it's funny. My favorite Twilight Zone episode is Mr. Motivation because it's a wacky comedy episode. We reviewed that episode, Sabrina. It's on this channel now. Called Power Rangers on Disney Plus got canceled. Yeah, I heard the bad news. Honestly, I'm kind of relieved because I knew Disney would probably screw it up. Operation seems way too grande for Bigfoot himself. Why the black market instead of used car sales price? used car sales places. Used car salesmen are clever enough to sell questionably sell cars. Can you just skip the Redbeard episode, put that in F and move on? No, Shadow. Okay, Red Baron, for sure. Okay, so Laurel and Hardy's episode, honestly not too shabby. I'm gonna put it onto A tier. Definitely a dumb fun comedy one. It is outclassed by much better episodes, but it ain't too bad. Alright, next is the return of the Three Stooges. Yep, they're back. Larry, Moe, and Curly Joe. Once again, the Scooby Gang get lost in the back roads, ending up at an airfield. The Scooby Gang need to fix their car, so they go here to this abandoned airfield, which is losing customers. No, it was a farm. My mistake. It's like an airfield and a farm. They were attacked by the ghost of the Red Baron. Yep, the Red Baron is here, and he is like one of the most funny and terrifying villains of this series. They go to this farm/airfield to rebuild their van, only to meet, once again, the Three Stooges. The Three Stooges are here because they're looking for a new job. Question, did their theme park fall apart? Last time we saw the Stooges, they were running a successful theme park in the first episode, but apparently the theme park died. Now they're looking for new jobs, trying to sell Curly Joe as a pilot. Curly Joe got his airplane license off the back of a comic book. Yeah, Curly Joe used a comic book to study how to fly, so the Three Stooges are going to use that to try and pitch him as a pilot to be a crop duster helping the crops at this farm. The gang and Three Stooges meet, where they find out the farm is facing some ghost troubles. The ghost of the Red Baron is haunting and destroying this farm, where the Stooges and gang must work together in order to save this innocent farmer's crops. And it leads to another wacky adventure. The Stooges, once again, are really funny in this episode. I think they get a lot more interactions with the gang in this one compared to their first episode. Curly Joe trying to be a pilot is really hilarious. He's afraid to fly. He uses a comic to inspire him. There are some padded out scenes of basically a lot of wacky airplane chases, a lot of stunt shows. For a brief moment, Velma actually gets endangered. She's sent flying in like a plane going up midair, and she doesn't know what to do, leading to the gang stumbling around until they can save her. Yeah, Velma gets endangered a lot more than Daphne does in this series. The Red Baron is a really insane villain. I like his design, but he's kind of unintentionally hilarious because the Red Baron apparently has the power to fly. How does he do that? Well, he has springs loaded in his shoes, and it is so ridiculous. It makes me, laugh so hard every time I see it. I am the Red Baron, and he's just bouncing up and down like a leapfrog. Boing, boing, boing. They try so hard to make this scary, but it looks so ridiculous. He, cackles evilly, then hops around playing leapfrog. There's one point where he's flying around too and somehow flies outside the farm. This makes no sense later when we find out how he did it. Basically, he's trying to sabotage the Three Stooges. The Three Stooges are trying to save the crops. He's trying to ruin all the corn in the area, ruin all the harvest, make this farm go under. The Stooges get into a lot of airplane chases. The Red Baron has a huge biplane he uses to terrorize people. Then he has a mini airplane. I did not get why he has the mini one, but he uses that to fly around to scare Scooby and Shaggy. Once again, a lot of chase scenes underground too, a lot through the farm, a lot of airplane action, so if that's your thing, you will really like this episode. Though, it kind of falls apart when we find out how he did this. It turns out it's a rival pilot who was trying to sabotage the farm because he wanted to buy it dirt cheap, because there's oil underneath the farm. Shaggy and Scooby discover the mini plane. Yeah, he's has a control set up in the windmill tower. It's really crazy. Back when comics could be used to find a job application for people to be applied and actually be hired. Yeah, Curly Joe used a comic book. I used a comic book to get my pilot's license. Had the real Red Baron lived, he would have been 80 years old when this episode aired. Yep. Red Baron died at the age of 25 on the 21st of April, 1918, after being shot down. I watched that review from Mr. Motivation 4 to 6 times. I forgot, but that episode and review was so funny. The way the main character got his bloody revenge against his boss. Yeah, it was pretty fun, wasn't it, Sabrina? If Curly Joe learned to fly from a comic book, I'm gonna learn to be a surgeon from playing Operation. Yeah, you would, Shadow. It was legal back then. Great continuity. Yeah, I know. How did the Three Stooges lose their theme park? They don't even bring it up. They're just now looking for a new job and they become farmhands here. So, the Three Stooges, really funny comedians once again, get into a lot of slapstick, and this time they actually used a lot more of their callbacks to their physical stunts. They're like walking on airplanes as they're in midair, getting into wacky chase scenes, getting hit around a lot. I think it was a lot funnier. This one, definitely going on to 8 here. I do think it's better than the Laurel and Hardy one. Under Batman and Robin for sure, though. What's an airfield? It's basically kind of a airstrip combined with a farm field. A shame as what if Power Rangers should have to start in the 1970s? Want to see Scooby meets the Rangers? Punisher is actually one of the best things about Spider-Man Brand New Day. Yep, he is. Will we ever get a good Power Rangers series at any point in modern times? Probably not, because there's no Sentai footage anymore. I heard the news about it being canceled. Like Kat, I'm relieved because I have a bad feeling they're going to cut corners and reduce the budget like they did with Overdrive. Yeah, I was kind of relieved too. I don't trust Disney with franchises anymore. Sorry, catch up on you guys' comments. Yeah, back in airfield is kind of an airstrip next to like a farmland. There's like crops around. Airplanes are needed to basically spread like pesticide across the crops. That's Curly Joe's job. He becomes an air pilot because he's helping spread a bunch of insecticide and pesticide upon all the large rows of corn and all the plants. That's what a crop duster pilot does. When I was little, I used to watch a lot of the old episodes of the Three Stooges rerun on TV. I would always laugh at their shenanigans. However, my Nana didn't like them. Most women do not like slapstick comedy. Mr. Siegfried, yeah, that was his name. He was the ghost of the Red Baron. He was trying to sabotage them, ruin the farm's crops. He poisoned like their pesticide. He wanted to buy the farmland at dirt cheap to sell it back to the county for a huge profit. Yep, once again, he used them for land development. That wasn't nice. At this point, the back road should be called the back rooms because the road is endless and the Scooby Gang keep meeting the guest stars and monsters like on it, which could explain a lot. He wanted to ruin the crops, to sabotage it. It was Mr. Siegfried, who seemed like a nice guy because, of course, to fool you. We meet like a bunch of pilots and farm foremen who do not like the Three Stooges. It turns out it was the nice guy pilot. He was using his skills to sabotage this farm so he could buy it from under them. Get a wacky chase scene where Scooby and Shaggy take him down with the little Red Baron plane. I read that one. Read that one. The scene that shows the Red Baron bringing the Stooges over to the barn and locking them in with Fred and the girls is cut when it aired on Cartoon Network, as well as some scenes when Shaggy and Scooby discover the mini plane. Yet I saw a version where they did find it. The edited version created a plot hole. Since no explanation is provided as to how the Stooges wind up in the barn when they were last seen landing the plane with Scooby's help. Yeah, that was very confusing. You would think the Red Baron is using his plane, no strings on his shoes. Springs, yeah, no springs on his shoes. Yeah, he's trying to simulate the power of flight because he's a ghost. He flies a big plane, chases them, flies a mini airplane, has springs in his shoes, which he uses to get around a lot on the ground. It is so ridiculous, but it made me really laugh. Yeah, Shadow, I do think the Red Baron helps elevate this episode because he's so darn entertaining, and me, being a Three Stooges fan, really enjoyed them in this episode too. Their banter with the gang, Curly Joe's wacky piloting experience, all the plane action is definitely engaging. I will say it does have some slow moments, which is why it's going down a level, but this one definitely soared very highly with me. I like it. I'll put it on to A tier. Much better than the first Three Stooges crossover. Mr. Siegfried's plan was to ruin the farmers. Read that one. The Harlem Globetrotters did a show in Static Shock. Everyone knows Disney is like the reverse King Midas. Everything they touch turns to garbage and slop. They didn't used to be, Joseph. They didn't used to be. Last time I saw a Three Stooges episode was at a hotel me and my Nana were staying at. It was the episode where they were in the military and they accidentally shoot a Navy ship. Oh yeah, with that big World War I gun. That was really funny. I find Disney's trust in Power Rangers to be hypocritical, because if they don't have the budget to make Operation Overdrive faithful to the Sentai version, they have enough for Jungle Fury and RPM. Oil Pirates as the ghost of Redbeard and his crew, Oil Steel. Oh, you're already on the Globetrotters one. Okay, wrapping up the Three Stooges. Awesome episode. Much better than the first one. Now seeing the Globetrotters. Finally made it to the fan favorite guest stars, the Harlem Globetrotters, a world famous basketball team comprised of a lot of the old school players, but a lot of people know these guys from the Sports Hall of Fame. Alright, the gang meets the Harlem Globetrotters for the first time, and admittedly, the first episode with them is the weakest. They have too much better crossovers come later, but this one, I honestly do kind of like. I think I'm going to put it onto high A tier. There are problems I do have with it, which we'll go over, but this one, definitely an awesome start. The gang meet the Harlem Globetrotters, once again, say it with me, driving down the back roads. The gang get lost trying to find their vacation spots and take a road they're unfamiliar with down the back roads. However, they're being followed by the Harlem Globetrotters, who are also lost on the back roads. Yeah, the Harlem Globetrotters are trying to get to their next game, trying to find a hotel and a rest stop, only to accidentally crash into the swamp. The gang meet the Globetrotters, they crash together in the swamp waters. We're not gonna follow you anymore, where we get an introduction to our wacky cast members. We meet 6 of the Globetrotters: Meadowlark Lemon, Curly, Gip, Pabs, Bobby Joe, and Gee, I think his name is like Gee or Geese. A lot of the old school players who were relevant back then. And yeah, the gang and the Globetrotters share a lot of great chemistry. This episode is so funny, so engaging, actually moves at a very good pacing, and the Globetrotters and the gang have a lot of life and energy, a lot of great jokes, a lot of good humorous moments. Unfortunately, the one weak link is the villain. Yes, we're gonna talk about it. This is a prequel to The Ghost of Redbeard. Redbeard is in this episode weirdly recolored. He was given like a palette swap. Now Redbeard and his henchmen are all white ghosts now. There's a haunted pirate ship that scares everyone in these swamps. The gang meets Swampy Pete, this really creepy old guy who acts as a fake-out villain. Luckily, it's just us here together with me. Swampy Pete, the MVP of this episode. This weird, sketchy old man who follows them, tries to warn them and scare them off from the hotel. They're forced into staying at this creepy abandoned hotel because there's nowhere else to go. They need to wait until their rides are fixed. And the gang and Globetrotters become best friends here, playing a game of basketball. Redbeard used cheap glow paint, apparently. Yep, he did. These guys got many episodes. The Globetrotters get the most crossovers. They get 3 episodes. There's a Globetrotters trilogy. This one, then we get to the Minutemen and the Loch Ness Monster episode, then the Haunted Island one last. This one, I will say it's definitely the weakest one because it takes forever for us to meet the monsters, and Redbeard is completely nerfed. He's no longer scary in this episode. Now he's kind of a goofy supervillain type of monster. The animation is definitely improved here because the Globetrotters get some really sweet, fluid animation playing basketball, doing their tricks, and there's a lot more action in this one. The gang and Globetrotters team up to fight Redbeard, somehow losing to them even though it's 3 against 11 people, but it's really funny, and it's so quotable. What hit me? What hit me? They don't call me Slippery Sam for nothing. Really goofy jokes. It's you against us and us and us. Really, really funny moments, I will say. It's honestly a pretty engaging episode, though if you love Redbeard, then this episode might get a bit confusing. I say it's a prequel because we don't really see Redbeard getting captured and arrested, making a lot of fans believe Redbeard and his crew escaped to become villains on Scooby-Doo Where Are You?, where he gave himself a huge upgrade, namely actual color in his costume and more menace. These guys got many episodes. Yep, they did. They're oil pirates, as the ghost of Redbeard is stealing oil. Yeah, this is their scheme. Redbeard and his crew are actually tapping an oil reserve out here in the swamps and hiding incognito. He's an oil baron trying to swipe other people's oil and sell it on the black market. The Scooby Gang and Globetrotters work together, chase scenes, wacky antics. Scooby and Shaggy accidentally get abducted by Redbeard's crew. Chase scene on the pirate ship. They have this weird Transformers folding pirate ship. It can turn into a regular boat and turn into an old school pirate ship if you pull the right levers. Really cool stuff. Footage used in the basketball sequence is lifted from the December 5th, 1970 episode Harlem Globetrotters Shook Up Sheriff. Yeah, I didn't know the Globetrotters had their own Hanna-Barbera cartoon. Yeah, I still love the Three Stooges. In fact, I actually watch it listening to creepypasta known as the Three Stooges, Dead Dunderheads, narrated by Pyro Pikmin 500, which I recommend checking her out. Okay. Was listing. Next is Davy Jones. Not there yet, Akira. Duke of Strathmore. Redbeard used cheap glow paint. He did. Yeah, as much as I enjoyed Brand New Day, overall not a fan of the Revelation, just due to implications for that IP trying to be nice here. If you haven't seen it, you know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The setup for the X-Men. Won't go into too much detail, but they're hinting at the X-Men and taking some surprisingly weird creative choices. So, Swampy Pete is the old swamp man from Werewolf of Fever Swamp. I wish. Redbeard's Ghost Army were the MVPs. Yeah, he has the skeleton projector, and this pissed me off. It's so obviously a projector, yet the Scooby Gang and Globetrotters completely fall for it. Oh no, it's his Ghost Army, and they're totally scared by these holograms doing nothing to them. The gang should have known it was fake. But yeah, big fight scene. They make it to the pirate ship. More comedy, more fight scenes. Honestly, a surprising amount of action increase in this episode. The Globetrotters get really physically involved in this episode, and the gang actually kick ass in a few scenes. They end up defeating Redbeard by complete accident. Redbeard tries to take them hostage using his Ghost Army ray, but Swampy Pete shows up and saves the day. It turns out Swampy Pete was a good guy. He's an undercover FBI agent trying to expose Redbeard's racket, and thanks to the gang and basketball players, they finally found him. And this is why the episode's not on S tier. Redbeard's defeat is kind of random, and we don't get an unmasking. The gang accidentally ruin Redbeard's ship, cause it to collapse and transform again, where Redbeard gets crushed by his own trapdoor, trapping him for good, and he loses everything. The police surround the place and disable his oil operation, but we never see Redbeard unmasked, arrested, or given him a name, and this is why a lot of people think it's a prequel. Some people believe Redbeard actually escaped police custody to fight the gang again on Scooby-Doo Where Are You? And yeah, I do kind of believe in that theory, because it feels so open-ended. They don't like really close the door on Redbeard, don't really give us a satisfying conclusion with him. Instead, his operation is just completely defanged, and we assume the police arrest him off screen but don't actually see it. Instead, Swampy Pete gets unmasked, revealing that he's an undercover police officer, Casey Kasem. Yeah, he was actually hunting Redbeard this whole time, and he was secretly a good guy who tried to scare the gang away to get them away from Redbeard and the dangers of this case. But he thanks them for saving America and preventing oil theft. Then we end on a wacky basketball tournament where we see the Globetrotters doing what they do best, playing basketball and hilarious cheating maneuvers. If you don't know, the Globetrotters are famous for stunt shows and a lot of dramatic basketball playing. They basically do a bunch of tricks to play ball, like making great stunt shots, using a bunch of props, a bunch of tech, a bunch of stuff to make the basketball look fun. And I think it was pretty funny. I like when they use like a huge tube at the end of the basket to send the ball all the way to the end to the enemy's net. It's really funny stuff. Someone on the series must have really liked the Globetrotters or basketball, which shows. Yeah, the Globetrotters got multiple episodes. I will say, if this was for diversity's sake, definitely did a good job, because the Globetrotters are very likable, very funny, very charming, very friendly, and pretty heroic, since they do save the day a number of times. The Globetrotters got a really good episode in this, and yeah, I Will Fight You, Shadow. I think it's still pretty good as a Redbeard prequel. It does have its flaws, it does have its choppy animations, and Redbeard does get nerfed in this compared to how he was in the original Scooby-Doo cartoon, but I do think it's a good crossover. It's funny, it's entertaining, does have a pretty warped sense of humor, a lot of great weird comedy scenes. It is definitely one of my favorites. Going on to A tier. I wonder if the captain met Kermit there. When Velma says he should soothe the savage beast, Davy says he never sung to a frog before, but he must have sung to a monkey. Captain Redbeard, do you know where the oil is? Yeah, back the way you came. Oh? Wait, is this the first Scooby-Doo villain that actually gets away at the end of the episode? If it's a prequel. Which would mean that Mystery Incorporated wasn't the first show where the monster got away. Yeah, so Redbeard, we never get confirmation if they arrested him. That's the problem. It's why people see it as a prequel, because one, we saw this villain before on another Scooby episode. It is the exact same guy. It's the same design, but recolored. It's the same voice, yet slightly altered. It's basically the same kind of criminal scheme where he's a pirate stealing things that don't belong to him. It feels like it's a prequel, and we don't see him get arrested at the end, which is why a lot of people theorize that Redbeard is actually the first monster in 2 episodes. I guess technically 3 if you count Frank and Creepy, but that's a story for another time. I literally just found out the Globetrotters had a cartoon from you saying that. Haha. Yeah, they do, John Smith. The Globetrotters had their own cartoon. It was a short-lived cartoon, like barely 1 season, but they recycled animations and voice actors from that for this crossover. Basically, Hanna-Barbera promoting their other TV stuff. So many undercover agents that rely on 4 teenagers and a talking dog to catch the bad guys. I know, Shadow, I know. To me, it actually made the episode even more better than I remember, because I was going like, wow, I was watching a prequel. I do love to think of it as a prequel. Yeah, I think about it as a prequel too, like Jones. Is the Red Baron an actual Baron or the pizza pilot from the pizza box? No, it is the actual World War I Red Baron. Okay, so, Shadow, I do disagree. I think this is a good episode. I'm putting it onto A tier. Really awesome game. Alright, I gotta use my first restroom break, but everybody get excited for Davy Jones. Yeah, not the Pirate of the Caribbean. No, the singer for the Monkees. I'll be right back. I'll be real quick. And we're back, gang. Dutchman. Ah, ha, ha. Oh. No, it's not. Gah. I am the Flying Dutchman. I got it. This ship belongs to the Red Baron. Yeah, the classic episode. Alright, now on Davy Jones. No, this is not the SpongeBob villain or the Pirates of the Caribbean villain. This is Davy Jones, the professional singer for the Monkees. And kind of another dated celebrity, unless you remember Davy Jones did cameo in SpongeBob. That's right, you're in my locker, mate! Yeah, he was actually in SpongeBob. Really weird appearance. But this episode honestly isn't half bad. I'm gonna put it onto A tier. Above Laurel and Hardy, but below the Three Stooges. Okay, so the worst thing I can say about this episode is, one, some people might not know who this guy is. Davy Jones used to be a famous singer. He actually sang a few of the Scooby-Doo chase scene songs on the show. He even sings one in this episode. Yes, that is a big reason why he came into this crossover, because Davy Jones gets a song. The gang, once again, are going on vacation. This time they're going to see an old castle that's been transported from Europe to the US mainland. They get lost, bump into this wacky farmer to set up a red herring. Then they make it here where they meet Davy Jones. It turns out Davy Jones and his uncle own this castle, but the castle is losing money. They are not making a single dime because nobody's touring around here on account of the ghosts. There's 2 ghosts. One, a mysterious ghost knight terrorizing tourists, and 2, a moat monster. The moat monster is basically a giant frog. It looks like that giant frog from Pan's Labyrinth. It's attacking the tourists, and people are too afraid to come here and spend their money, so the uncle is considering selling the castle to their family's enemy, this evil Duke guy. But the gang and Davy Jones work together to solve this mystery and find out what's going on here. Meet a few suspects. They set up this Duke guy. We meet this kooky farmer who seems like a nice guy. We meet the creepy butler, and yeah, I never thought the creepy butler was gonna be the villain, because there's like so many funny running gags where Shaggy actually says, the butler's gotta be the villain. I never seen a more criminal face in my life. Davy Jones, not Davy Jones. My mom and her niece love the Monkees. Oh, really? I did not know that. Davy Jones meeting the Flying Dutchman. My mind is blown. Yeah, he was in there. Yeah, Davy Jones was on SpongeBob. I remember him. I believe he's on the surfing episode. Davy Jones and Johnny Depp. What Johnny Depp was JKL. Anybody remember that event? Yeah, Davy Jones appeared in live action when the Flying Dutchman fell into his locker. After Davy Jones falls down the stairs in the tin can suit of armor, Velma and Daffy insist on helping him out of his outfit right after the matter. Fred states, "Women, go figure." Yeah, Fred's kind of a dick in this episode. He pokes fun at Scooby and Shaggy for being cowards and shames the women for giving into their womanly passion. Fred is kind of weird in this one. We get an actual rare change in the formula. Fred actually splits up with Shaggy and Scooby this time, while Davy Jones gets the hot girls, Daphne and Velma. Yeah, we actually changed up the formula, and Fred doesn't seem to mind the 2 girls partnering up with Davy Jones and clearly crushing on him. Yeah, we get confirmation that Daphne and Velma are straight. They're crushing on Davy Jones, hanging out with him. Davy Jones at one point sings a Scooby-Doo song. I heard this song before on Where Are You? Yeah, Shadow brought it up in one of his tweets, I remember. But yeah, he sings like a Scooby-Doo song to distract the moat monster, soothe the savage beast. Wacky chase scenes. The night ghost honestly is a bit boring. The moat monster is a lot more fun. He's more proactive in chasing the gang down, given a really creepy design, a few funny derpy faces unintentionally. Running around a castle, basically trying to solve the mystery. They find out the butler's actually a good guy. After a lot of wacky scenarios, the gang find a secret labyrinth tunnel leading all the way to the wheat farm, and find out, what a shock, it was a nice guy farmer all along. But he had a partner. The night ghost was actually the Duke, and they kind of anticlimactically defeat the monsters in this. The moat monster has a more intense fight scene trying to catch the gang. He accidentally loses the mask on his suit and is forced to run away down the tunnel. The knight tries to come and finish them, only to accidentally trip and be crushed by a pile of wheat. Yeah, it is kind of a lame defeat, but we find out the knight is actually the Duke. The Duke was trying to scam Davy Jones and his uncle out of selling the castle so he can buy it at dirt cheap. Yep, it was all about land development. They capture them, but the Duke tries to weasel out of being arrested by pointing out, but you can't expose me, because this will bring great shame upon your family. And the Duke, or the good Duke, Davy Jones's uncle, and Davy Jones come up with a slightly creative punishment. The Duke and the evil farmer Moat Monster are going to repay them all the money they owe them by being free workers for their new haunted exhibit at the castle, where the villains are punished by dressing up as their monster forms to scare tourists for money. And yeah, they really hate it. The Duke hates riding as a ghost knight 3 times a day, and the Moat Monster has to keep swimming for hours on end. Yeah, it's kind of a funny punishment, honestly. But yeah, they get arrested by being indentured servants. Shaggy mentions Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, known for his 6 wives who were either beheaded or had their marriage annulled because they could not produce a male child. Next is Jerry Reed. I know, both my mom and I have 2 awesome long fly bags. Lisa, my mom, has a Peanut, Snoopy, and Woodstock bag. I have a Mickey Mouse one that looks like a lollipop with a bite out of it. Davy Jones's locker is just a locker with Davy Jones and the guest star himself, and not where the Kraken lives, like from Pirates of the Caribbean. This is one of the few instances where the villains are not arrested, but punished in another way. Yeah, I did kind of like that. Wheatley and the Duke are forced against their wishes to help raise money for the castle. You gotta admit, Shadow, that was a pretty creative punishment. Yeah, basically, they get punished by being indentured servants, forced to repay their debts, where they're working as exhibits out of tourism in the castle. Davy Jones and his uncle finally make a killing, get a profit and big money. The Duke and the old farmer are punished for being monsters, and the Scooby Gang helps save the day, traveling to meet their next guest star in mystery. Honestly, not that bad an episode. It's definitely not what I would say an S-tier episode, but I think it's dumb fun. A lot of wacky Scooby adventures. Davy Jones is actually pretty entertaining. The mystery has really good monsters. The Night Ghost we've seen before, but the Moat Monster, definitely an S-tier villain. A lot of fun scenarios in the castle. This episode, honestly, is alright. I'm gonna put it onto A-tier. Would recommend checking it out. Alright, gonna beat you to this one, Shadow. We're talking about Jerry Reed. Oh boy, another huge stinker going on to F tier. Yep, the gang meets Jerry Reed. Who's Jerry Reed? A famous country music star. He's another professional singer, and unfortunately another celebrity I would say is definitely dated. If you like his music, I mean, no offense. The guy honestly isn't half bad acting in this episode, but here's the problem, the episode is not very good. The Scooby Gang finally actually go to a place they're traveling to, meeting their old best friend Jerry Reed and supporting him at his next concert. Yeah, the Scooby Gang is just best friends with Jerry Reed. They go to the concert, but Jerry Reed has disappeared, where they must find out what happened to him. And this is the big issue with the episode. Jerry Reed does not appear until the halfway point of this crossover. I think I joked about the Knight and the Frog being blackmailed. Good, Shadow. Can't wait to see that review. Where I did when I went to Tennessee. Okay, Ben Bing as the possessed Viking mannequin. Bertha... Oh, I'm talking about the villains. Yeah, Ben Bing. Feebag. And Bertha, who wasn't really a woman, was the Davy Crockett mannequin. So, 1, the villains suck. 2, this episode is another painfully slow one. It is really clunky. The gang are in one set trying to find Jerry Reed for half of it. Then, the second half, they're trying to find Jerry Reed's guitar and a xylophone that can open a magic lock. No, I'm not kidding. It is so slow, very boring. We don't even see Jerry Reed physically until half an hour in. It is insane how dragged out it gets. And two, they don't even bother hiding who the villains are. We meet two sketchy characters. It's Feebag and the maid woman, this creepy janitor woman named Bertha. They keep trying to get rid of the gang, locking the doors, telling them to get lost, telling them Jerry's not here, and they're like so evil, and it's obviously them. Like, I love when Ben Bing kind of scares them. He acts like this weird, creepy guy. Oh, hey, you kids must be looking for Jerry. Well, Jerry's not here. You kids should go meet him at the pizza joint. It, like, has this, like, psycho smile. It's really weird. And they don't even hide the villains. We see Ben Bing and Bertha talking about how they're trying to get rid of the kids, looking down on them menacingly from the tower, and plotting against them. The ghosts are also so random. They dress up as a Viking and Davy Crockett. Why? I have no idea. Those were just costumes they had at the music hall. Jerry Reed is locked inside a basement for at least half of this, singing this song on loop over and over again. Jerry Reed is a good singer, but this song gets really tiring when they keep looping it over and over. What's with these crossover episodes but the guest stars barely appeared? Like, was it because of legal reasons or they have no clue what to do with the guest character? Could be a mix of both. We meet Jerry Reed 21 minutes in, not at the half hour. Okay, my mistake, Shadow. I watched this episode on TV where it is the half hour, so I get the luxury of waiting even longer. As cool as a Genie episode is cool, I wish she had a remake with Christina V playing Shantae, a half Genie girl. Ooh. I think the villains dressed up as the mannequins because they panicked when the gang showed up. I have church at 7. Okay, I'm trying to move, Akira. I'm trying to get to Genie. I know you want to hear about her the most. Sorry, I had to move my water bottle out of the way. Okay, basically nothing happens throughout most of it. They find Jerry Reed, then he loses his guitar, and they lose the xylophone. Try to search for those, get into a stupid chase scene with a lot of animation errors, until they finally capture them in a wacky scooter chase, and we find out the villains were the only two obviously evil people out in the episode, Feebag and Big Bertha. But it turns out Big Bertha's a man. He was a criminal. They're both bank robbers who robbed the bank and hid the loot underneath this musical hall, waiting 1 year to finally get back to it. He apparently abandoned his life and became this random janitor woman, trying to work here and steal her loot back for the last year, but they get busted by Jerry Reed and the Scooby Gang. They get arrested, they wasted their lives, and Jerry Reed finally performs his big concert where everyone cheers for him. It's a boring one, it's slow, it's meandering, the mystery does not make any sense, the villains really suck, a lot of animation errors, and it's just so dull it might put you to sleep. Not a good one, going on to F tier. Gotta go, Cat, see you next time. I have to go do stuff, see you later. Okay, bye. Bye, Bat Kid, bye, Akira. Bye, Shadow. Alright, next we get to the second Batman and Robin crossover, and yep, this one is going on to S tier. The second one is a lot better than the first one, because the actual main villains are the Joker and Penguin. Sorry, Joker and Penguin. Need a little water. Alright, so Joker and Penguin abduct this scientist, Professor Flaky, because he's invented a new invention that will revolutionize science, a flying suit. Joker and Penguin abduct this guy, bring him back to their secret mountain base to interrogate him, only of course for Scooby and the gang to stumble upon this evil scheme at play, where they meet the dynamic duo Batman and Robin. Batman and Robin return, where they team up with the gang trying to hunt them down because Scooby and Shaggy were witnesses and saw them take the professor, where for the first half of this episode they're in a chase scene in a cave. The villains apparently have this creepy mountain base / haunted house here. They interrogate the professor, find out about his flying suit, but Batman, Robin, and the Scooby gang intervene with them, leading of course to a bunch of Scooby antics. I do love the Penguin and Joker dress up as monsters briefly. They become a troll and a dryad and have those funny animations. Blah, 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 blah. Love the wacky scenes they have here. This is the tomb of gloom. Leave or it'll be your doom. Blah, 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 blah. It's like so random that you can't help but laugh. Oh hey, new person arrived. What did I miss? Hey Firewolf, we're on the second Batman and Robin right now. We're at least partway through. Got a lot to work with still, since there's a lot of good episodes. Batman, Robin, and the Scooby Gang work together. They get into like this long chase scene down in a cave, fighting the animatronics. Joker and Penguin get the intel they need and try to steal the flying suit. While Batman and Robin manage to save Professor Flaky. Well, I shouldn't say Scooby and Shaggy help save him. They work together, see the best of Batman and Robin, see the best of the Scooby Gang, see them save each other, help each other out, prove that the gang prove that they're useful. Batman and Robin help get their badass moments too. Eventually, they make their way to Gotham's rubber lab, where the suit is being made. They manage to beat the Joker and Penguin there, but just barely. Batman and Robin have to find them. They end up having this cool kick-ass fight scene at the Science Lab Depot, and we get, like, more funny scenes. I know everybody loves the scene where Joker and Penguin get rammed by Fred in a giant tire using a broom to trip them up. Really funny stuff. So, Joker and Penguin are not as murderous as they are in their current adaptations, but it is still a dumb fun crossover. A lot of funny moments, a lot of good moments that DC fans will definitely love. Love letters to the Adam West saga, and Joker and Penguin are the actual villains in this episode, so they get a lot of spotlight and a lot of fun scenes. Scooby-Doo always did have some fun crossovers with Batman. Yeah, we did, Shadow, especially when they got Kevin Conroy. I remember that franchise. What would you want with my sighing flute? Yeah, the professor is basically Porky Pig. I have no clue what the Joker has to dress up as a monster when he's already scary as himself. Well, apparently he didn't think he was that scary. I mean, Joker only looks like Jack Nicholson, but whatever. Dress up as a dryad. They dress up as Scooby Monsters briefly. We see all the best of Scooby-Doo and the best of Batman adventures together. Really great stuff. This leads to a funny scene where Scooby-Doo eventually gets the flying suit on himself and of course goes flying in the air. Everybody's fighting to either save Scooby or Joker and Penguin are trying to get the flying suit. They bump into all the Hanna-Barbera balloons. We see Yogi Bear, Fred Flintstone, Batman and Robin, and Santa Claus. Really creative scene, I will say. Creative setting, creative fun. They get a sky battle in this version, and Joker and Penguin end up defeated by a falling Batman balloon. Oh, the poetic justice, am I right? Scooby masters the flying suit, finally lands safely, and they arrest the Joker and Penguin, where they get a victory moment. They won. The professor gets his funny line about how he can't say words right. Shago and Skeeby, Scooby and Shooby, he's like having his Porky Pig meltdown. Shaggy and Scooby, you half-wits. And we get a funny ending where Scooby-Doo accidentally launches the flying suit up in the air again, but this time he's got control of it. Yeah, it's a kick-ass crossover. It's cool. It's fun. Batman and Robin are awesome in this. Scooby-Doo has a lot of funny moments, and we see the best of both these worlds coming to play in this crossover. Easily an S tier. I can see why a lot of fans like it. I think it is much stronger than the first one in every way. Batman and Robin are really cool, and seeing them work together with Scooby, it is iconic stuff. Easy S tier. Next 2 episodes of Harlem Globetrotters. Yep. To keep what they thought was a treasure chest for themselves. Talking about the Loch Ness Monster and the Minutemen. It would have probably been too much for the series if Joker and Penguin just point guns at the Scooby Gang. Unfortunately, they weren't allowed to on children's stuff yet. I have no clue why. Alright, that one. Alright, next, honestly, is going to be a very fast one because we get 2 Harlem Globetrotters episodes. And they're both really good, going on to S tier for sure. Yeah, the Globetrotters were so good they outclassed Batman and Robin. Yeah, I will put the Loch Ness Monster one up ahead. Okay, so Both these ones are good. These ones you usually see packed together. The Globetrotters basically go with the gang on a vacation only to bump into monsters. We get one where they bump into the Minutemen and the Loch Ness Monster, and the other one where they get transported to Haunted Island. And both are very good. They both feel kind of the same. The gang goes to like a haunted area. The Globetrotters help them. The gang helps them. We get cool basketball tricks. The monsters turn out to be very, very petty bastards doing some evil criminal schemes. The Loch Ness Monster one with the Minutemen, I think is a lot more fun. They go to Shaggy's family home. They're meeting like Shaggy's uncle. They're going on vacation there and the Globetrotters are joining them. But there's an evil sea monster and the ghost of revolutionary characters, Paul Revere, a Minuteman, and a Redcoat. Really fun and creative ghosts, I will say. The Haunted Mansion is also very creepy. They go down laundry chutes, find hidden rooms. We see that really random supernatural scene where Shaggy and Scooby are looking at Shaggy's family portraits, and some of the portraits come alive. One of them like winks at Scooby, one of them like glares at Scooby, and we see like one of them's like ears are moving but not his eyes. Really random supernatural stuff. I can't wait to see how Shadow's gonna react to those. Yeah, sorry. Try and check the comments out. Wake up, Redbeard's ghost is coming. Not that one. We're on the later two. We already did the first one. To keep what they thought was a treasure chest. Yeah, it turns out the Minutemen were the only suspects we meet. Mr. Morgan and his friends, Mr. Shelby and the other guy, Winslow. Okay. Yeah, Morgan was Paul Revere, Winslow was the Minuteman, and Shelby was the Redcoat. Basically, these guys who run like a boating company, they rent boats and skis out to people. Really, they're trying to keep people away from the area because there's a rumored treasure underneath the bottom of the lake. They've been scaring the civilians around town, and they've been piloting this Loch Ness Monster submarine to guard the treasure and try and find it for them. Trying to protect their area, trying to find where the treasure is. It turns out this is all completely pointless because it was just a movie set. Shaggy's uncle reveals that, oh, there is no treasure. It's just an old Hollywood movie set that they didn't clean up. Everybody thought it was a real sunken treasure, but no, it was all bupkis. Meaning they did all this for no reason and are going to jail over fool's gold. Yeah, they fight the Minutemen, fight the Loch Ness Monster. Funny scenes. The Loch Ness Monster is a giant balloon, apparently. Not sure how they pilot this thing. We see, like, he has, like, a small remote, but the monster's, like, breathing fire and can see them underwater. Really weird. But yeah, they end up defeated. The sunken treasure is just that, a legend. It wasn't real at all. And the Globetrotters help save the uncle's home. The second one, also really good. The Globetrotters and gang are going on vacation together to Picnic Island, only to get their boat hijacked and going to Haunted Island. Yeah, apparently there's a haunted island, and it's basically your standard Scooby fare. Haunted mansion, a lot of creepy ghosts, ghouls, and monsters show up. It turns out this is all like a really elaborate haunted mansion, set up by the craziest villains of the series, I would say. This trio of ghosts were haunting the Globetrotters and kept them here all night because they wanted to sabotage their basketball game. They wanted to keep them up all night so they wouldn't sleep and have the energy to win tomorrow's game tomorrow. And then the NBA championship will be all theirs. Yeah, it was the owner, coach, and trainer of the rival team, the Scorpions. They set up this elaborate haunted mansion theme park set with animatronics and projectors and puppets everywhere because they didn't want the Globetrotters to have a good night's sleep. Yes, that is really what they actually did. They abducted them, kept them trapped here, and annoyed them all night so they would be too tired to play tomorrow's game. And we get kind of a double climax in the next episode. One where they defeat the ghost Scooby-Doo style, and two where we get a wacky basketball game. The Globetrotters are too tired or sleepy, are out of it, are completely dead on their feet, do not know what to do, and are completely out of it. They're losing badly to the Scorpions, but Shaggy and Scooby come up with the genius plan of using ice. we gotta drench them in ice. They like use an ice machine, get them wet, use cold water to wake them up, and the Globetrotters come to their senses and save the day. Yeah, kind of cheating too, because they like throwing ice out on the field, but the Globetrotters get their groove back, wake up, and gain their victory thanks to Curly giving one big snore. Yeah, both these episodes are great, really classic. Both are pretty good for the same reasons. Intriguing mystery, the Globetrotters are so full of life and energy, the banter between the Globetrotters and the gang is so fun, and the really creative monsters are definitely memorable. Leave this place. Yep. I noticed that the Globetrotters episodes seem to be water-based. Yeah, 2 of them. One where they're fighting a sea monster, then one where they're fighting... one where they're trapped on a haunted island, and one where they're fighting Redbeard, who's a pirate ghost. A lot of water-based ones. I wonder why that is. The title, The Loch Ness Monster, was a famous cryptid said to live near Scotland. Yeah, Loch Ness Lake. Wake up, Redbeard's coming. Yeah, the trainer of the Scorpions, it was the hooded ghost bee to prevent the Harlem Globetrotters from getting a good night's sleep. Yeah, these episodes are great. Really love them. They're both really hilarious, really entertaining, really fun. And the ghosts are much more creative compared to Redbeard. We get a lot of, like, different elaborate sets, effects, and tricks they use to try to con the Globetrotters. Both of them are really good. And I can see why people love the Globetrotters. They are very engaging characters. Definitely a slam dunk. Both go in S tier. Will they be outclassed? We'll see very soon. Oh, Kira, you're still here. I thought you left. Where'd that knight go? I think I know. They fall down the trapdoor. Look, you think we always carry our basketballs under the bed? So all that work to do a Loch Ness Monster, which only resulted in them going to prison, was for nothing? Yep. Captain Canopy, the ghost of the Captain Scavengers. He was also Injun Joe. Oh, talking about Josie already. Yep, getting to our next crossover. And it's not at all with real people. Hanna-Barbera is having Scooby-Doo meet more Hanna-Barbera characters to build that cinematic universe. On to Scooby-Doo meets Josie and the Pussycats. So, some people might not recognize these characters. Josie and the Pussycats was another Hanna-Barbera cartoon, very popular at the time, where we follow a group of teenagers who are a rock band going on tour all the time, but often bumping into trouble and saving the day or stumbling upon mysteries. One of the Scooby-Doo clones that people actually liked. Josie and the Pussycats also has the most guest stars. We have 7 characters. We have Josie, we have the black girl, we have the dumb blonde girl, we have Josie's boyfriend / love interest, we have Alexandra and Alexander, and we have Sebastian, the mischievous cat. The Scooby-Doo gang go to a haunted showboat. The gang is going here for vacation, where they bump into Josie and the Pussycats, who are booked for a big gig here on the showboat. However, the place is really creepy and haunted. Haunted by, apparently, Mark Twain characters, a ghost captain, and Injun Joe. Yep, got another Native American ghost, but this one is based off a literary character. A ghost captain is trying to scare people away from reopening the showboat and sabotaging their attempts to fix it, where Scooby and the gang befriend Josie and the wacky Pussycats cast, trying to salvage this boat and working together as a team. And honestly, this one isn't too bad. Talking about all the little notes, huh, Kira? Could we have the Genie cartoon tier list? I gotta finish it. Okay, so Josie and the Pussycats crossover honestly isn't all that bad. I might put it onto A tier. Put it under Batman and Robin for sure. Above the Three Stooges, I would say yes. Yeah, basically, the ghosts, once again, it's painfully obvious who the ghost is. The captain of the boat and the ghost captain have the exact same design and voice, and I guessed right away, yeah, it was definitely him, and lo and behold, it was him. They do throw you for a curveball where his henchman, Injun Joe, is actually not the guy you think it is just a random henchman. But the highlight of this episode is seeing Josie and the Pussycats bantering with the Scooby Gang. And Yeah, it's pretty fun, really engaging. We see the best of both worlds, Josie's gang having their funny moments and action scenes, Scooby-Doo having their style of humor and action scenes. It actually blends together really nicely. I would definitely say that these two different franchises actually had a lot of chemistry together because they did feel like they were of very similar style. And both the gangs have like really interesting characters. The mystery is kind of standard, but the criminal operation is so insane that I kind of like it. They're trying to sabotage the showboat because they're printing a bunch of fake money. Yeah, back to counterfeiters. They're printing fake money here in the showboat and transporting it to their secret base. The showboat is just a front they're using to smuggle all his counterfeit bills, until the Scooby Gang and the Pussycat Gang ruined everything, leading to the wacky chase scene. They fight the ghosts and end up trapping them in this bottomless pit they once had hostages trapped in. Honestly, it's not that bad an episode. I think it's entertaining. The Pussycat Gang has a really good chemistry with the Mystery Incorporated gang. A lot of funny moments. The worst part, though, is the mystery, because you can pretty much guess exactly who it is. Leaving Akira, bye. By the way, Sam, Josie, and the Pussycats and Jeannie should have a remake. As who will be playing Josie on her band in the modern era. Did you know the Hanna-Barbera made a cartoon series loosely based on Huck Finn? I did not. Could we have the Genie cartoon on the tier list as my favorite one? Okay, Akira, I hope you're still watching. But yeah, this one, definitely pretty good one. But we get to an even better one. Scooby-Doo meets Genie. And yeah, this is one of my favorite episodes. It is going on to S tier. Hope you're still watching, Akira, because I do really like this one. It is one of my favorite crossovers because Genie is awesome. Alright, we made it to one of my all-time favorites, Scooby-Doo meets Genie. Genie is actually based off of the I Dream of Genie character, but very loosely remixed because of rights issues. This is basically a reimagined version of Genie from I Dream of Genie, but from her Hanna-Barbera cartoon. If you don't know, Hanna-Barbera did an animated adaptation of I Dream of Genie, but Genie is partnered up with characters loosely based off of Major Nelson and Major Healy, reimagined as Henry and Corey, and she also has her own sidekick, Babu, her apprentice Genie, played by the great Joe Besser. And they had a crossover with Scooby-Doo, and it is really good. Yabba dabba. Yep, that was him. That's Babu. I really love Genie. She is hot. She is really cool. She's so sweet, very kind, very noble and heroic, and she's also pretty badass. Genie can do whatever she pleases. She can bend reality at the flip of her sexy ponytail. Genie grants wishes, mostly for her master, but she also does magic to help the Scooby Gang. The gang bump into Genie and the crew, crashing because the gang is bewildered by her and Babu's magic. Since Genie doesn't usually walk, she flies. They bump into Genie and her friends, one of them played by Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill, I believe, plays Corey, who's her master in this version of the show. They meet up with the gang and work together to solve a mystery. Apparently, Persia is in danger, and they need Genie's help saving it because an evil Genie has been released and will destroy Iran. So, of course, Genie and the Scooby Gang go to Iran to help save it from crumbling to chaos. It's honestly a pretty fun episode. They actually fight a real supernatural threat in this. There's an evil Genie named Jadal, and he's working with this Shah's corrupt uncle who's trying to dethrone his nephew so he can take over Iran and plunge it into a new era of darkness. Yes, Iran is in danger and the Scooby Gang are gonna save it with Genie. Sorry, Brother Wolf went out the door. This is how you do a Hanna-Barbera crossover, unlike Scoob. Yeah, I really like it. Genie is just so charming. I do think she's very attractive. She kind of looks like Daphne, like sexy redhead, always wearing purple. She's very sweet and kind-hearted, and of course she's got really kick-ass powers. Genie is actually the ultimate badass in this universe, because they need her to help defeat this evil cosmic Genie, destroying Iran. and we meet Babu. Babu is really funny in this. He's the bumbling idiot who screws up a lot, but of course, eventually does one right thing per episode to help save the day. Babu and Henry actually get along well with Shaggy and Scooby, making things interesting. A lot of good chase scenes, even when they recycle the underground cavern stuff. Really engaging villains, I would say. The villains might be the darkest one in this era of the series. This evil, corrupt Jafar knockoff who wants to kill his nephew and take over the throne, and a dark genie who wants to destroy everything, trying to kill Scooby-Doo and friends. I should also mention Scooby-Doo gets a crush on Genie. Another one where Scooby-Doo falls in love with a human woman. Not as weird here, because Scooby and Genie seem to actually like each other, and Shaggy also crushes on Genie, so it doesn't feel weird that the dog is the only one falling for her. But they go on a really kick-ass mystery. The Scooby Gang goes to Persia/Iran, go into a pyramid, underground chase scenes, and the plot actually gets pretty intense when the Dark Genie captures our good Genie. She's captured in a bottle, and the gang actually spend the final act trying to find and rescue her. Really high stakes conflict, I would say. I gotta say, the plot of this episode predates the witch's ghost. Yep, it does. Babu is actually pretty funny. They toned him down from how he is on the prime Hanna-Barbera show. He's usually something more of a selfish brat, but here he's actually kind of funny. He actually wants to make friends like Shaggy and Scooby, and Scooby, Shaggy, and Babu, the three idiots, actually come together and save Genie. Genie's like locked in a glass bottle held behind an invisible shield, but they all work together using their talents to help save her. Babu gets them there, Shaggy finds where Genie is, and Scooby uses his howl to shatter the invisible force field, releasing her. And this is why I like Genie. As soon as she's released, she really kicks ass. The Dark Genie tries to kill the gang, but then Genie shows up, revealing that she's more OP than he is, and traps this Dark Genie in a magic bottle himself, proving that her powers completely surpass his. Yeah, for all her kindness, Genie is actually pretty tough and really, really powerful. She trained under this elite Genie master who showed her the abilities that surpass his, and she was summoned because she was the only one powerful enough to defeat him. And she does! This guy goes out like a punk, completely loses to the awesomeness of Genie, and gets resealed in his bottle. The gang also have their unmasking moments, unmasking that this creepy ISIS traitor guy is actually the evil uncle. The evil uncle wanted to sabotage his nephew and take over the throne by scaring him away and using his Dark Genie to terrorize Iran. And Genie actually punishes him by trapping him in the bottle with the Dark Genie Jadal, so they can suffer in hell together. I'm curious if Aladdin, the Disney movie, ripped this off, because yeah, we got this corrupt advisor and a Dark Genie being trapped together forever. But yeah, they defeat him, and the Scooby Gang have a wacky party together where Scooby-Doo accidentally eats a bowl of soap, I should say. He thought it was soup, but it was soap. Yeah, everybody loves each other, and Scooby gets his kiss from Genie. Yeah, really good episode. I really love this one. This one feels like the gold standard of what these crossovers should be. It was fun. Genie is really awesome. The guest stars bantering with the Scooby Gang feels so natural and feels so fun. The mystery is very engaging, and the villains are actually dark in this episode. Easily an S-tier masterpiece, one of my favorites of the series. Well, technically genies are not really human, they just look human. Yeah, I think that also made it easier. Get your blasted beak out of my face. Yeah, he did kind of look like Jafar. Reminded me of that too. But yeah, Genie is awesome. I really like her. I think she's pretty. I think she's really kick-ass, and she's really lovable. Easy to like too. Genie and Scooby also had really good banter together. And there's a lot of funny lines that sound hilarious out of context. Praise Allah, Iran is safe again. And where's the gang, Genie? They all disappeared. Wait, I'm getting a vibration from my master. Yeah, out of context and in the ears of an adult, some of these lines really make me laugh. Yep, easy S tier. It's a masterpiece. Akira, if you see this, just know it is one of my favorites. One of the best crossovers of this entire season. Going on to S tier. Alright, we're making some pretty good leeway, I will say. Almost near the end. Alright, next is the gang meets Tim Conway. What's a Tim Conway? About 120 pounds. But yeah, this one going on to B tier. The gang returned to Velma's old school, only to find out it's being haunted by ghosts, and if they don't get rid of the ghosts, then the school is going to be bulldozed and rebuilt into an Olympic stadium. However, they meet the PE coach, Tim Conway. My older viewers will recognize Tim Conway as a famous slapstick comedy star, but my younger viewers will know him as Barnacle Boy. I respect you, Barnacle Man. That's Barnacle Boy. Yeah, I mean man. Forget you people. Yep, it's Tim Conway, the voice of Barnacle Boy, or formerly the voice of Barnacle Boy. Tim Conway is pretty funny, but this episode, kind of hit and miss. Honestly, it's not the worst thing ever, but it's a real mediocre episode. The gang go to Velma's old school, where you'd think they'd dive deeper into her lore, but no, it's more about Tim Conway fumbling around with the gang. The ghost is an evil track star haunting the area, trying to get the school shut down. Tim Conway is here because he wants to audition for the role of Rocky's coach in Rocky 5000 or whatever, so he's trying to get into character by studying being a real PE coach. But he's also failing at that, so the gang are trying to help him succeed at being a good track coach. Tim Conway doesn't do a bad job, but he's also not all that funny in this episode. He's more famous for his slapstick around this time, but it doesn't work when the animation doesn't work. The old school Scooby-Doo animation definitely holds back a lot of the jokes, and Tim Conway is more of a physical actor, so if you don't find the janky animation of his wacky antics funny, then you might not love this episode all that much. Iran is saved once more 40 years later. Iran is safe once more 40 years later. Oh, that line did age like rotten milk in 2026. Yep. Barnacle Boy. I think they could have made the ghost scarier. Yeah, the ghost also isn't really scary. It's basically this evil sports jock. He's transparent, but he looks like your generic strongman. Not really all that intimidating. There's a lot of projections involved, which is easy to figure out, and once again, it is kind of obvious who the ghosts are. We meet so few suspects. Yeah, the ghost is the creepy custodian and his partner in crime, who is actually an undercover gangster who was trying to get the school shut down so they could buy the land and sell it back dirt cheap. They could buy it dirt cheap and sell it back at a high price to reconstruct an Olympic stadium over Velma's school. Yeah, it is pretty crazy. They tried framing this Donald Trump guy by hijacking his bulldozer equipment and framing him as the ghost, but it didn't work out. Tim Conway is basically trying to prove he's a good coach, and sometimes he's funny, but sometimes he's not. Now, get ready for my pep talk. Pep, 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 pep. Yeah, those are the kind of jokes you're in for. And some of the animation does hold back the physical comedy he gets into. There's a lot of weird animations in this episode, too. Honestly, the episode is not the worst ever, but it is basic Scooby-Doo. The gang and Tim Conway get into wacky antics, run around, expose the ghosts, they get into kind of a sports-themed chase, and of course, wouldn't you know it, they expose the ghosts, trap them in their own PE equipment, and save the school from getting shut down. Honestly, kind of a generic episode. Tim Conway is kind of funny, but he's much better in other stuff, namely as Barnacle Boy on SpongeBob. Sorry, trying to catch up on your comments. Hey, Kat, I have a question for you. Do you like to write scary stories of your own, or do you type them? I do type them. Barnacle Boy before he met Mermaid Man, yep. The ghost also isn't really scary. Basically, this ghost track star is haunting the area. He's kind of like a strongman, but he's transparent. Not really that interesting a design, especially compared to earlier monsters. Man, last episode with Genie raised such a high bar, the following one did disappoint me. They save the school, Tim Conway gets into his wacky antics, accidentally burns his butt and outruns Shaggy and Scooby on track field. It's that kind of episode. pretty much a B-tier episode. Not bad, but also very basic, even by Scooby-Doo standards. Speaking of which, next we get to Scooby-Doo meets Don Adams. If you don't know, Don Adams plays Maxwell Smart on Get Smart. My mom's a huge fan of this show, but some viewers may recognize him as Inspector Gadget from the original Inspector Gadget show. Don Adams was honestly pretty funny here, but this is another B-tier episode. The Scooby-Doo gang once again returned to Hollywood, only this time they bump into Don Adams, who got a job as a professional exterminator. If you don't know, Don Adams' whole shtick is he pretends he's this hyper-competent, smart guy, but really he's a bumbling doofus. He acts like he knows what he's talking about. He acts like he's in control, only to accidentally fumble and make a fool of himself every time. Don Adams is a pretty good voice actor. He definitely has nice chemistry with the cast, but I don't really buy that he became friends with the gang. He's going to his first exterminator job, exterminating a haunted house owned by a former famous actor known as Chumley. And basically the entire story is they're trying to exterminate in this house, but ghost antics keep ruining their job. It's another fine episode, basic Scooby-Doo fanfare. They're exploring a haunted house, get chased by ghosts, try to do their job only to have it sabotaged by ghosts, see a lot of weird characters. Don Adams does have his funny moments, but the episode is really slow, really forgettable, really basic Scooby-Doo fanfare. I do kind of wish Don Adams had more banter with the gang, but it's mostly him trying to prove he's a smart guy only to fumble up. He's of course, your classic bumbling buffoon, you're a Jack Cousteau, Maxwell Smart type of character. I do think he does have his moments here, which is why he wins points above some other episodes. But the reveal also kind of costs this points. They're not really being attacked by one ghost, they're attacked by multiple ghosts. At one point, the ghost steals one of the Exterminator and Viro suits. They're terrorized by a monkey, terrorized by a hunchback, terrorized by a bunch of random characters, until they accidentally stumble upon the twist. I read that one. I've seen scarier sports-related villains in the franchise. Yeah, me too. They find out that there actually isn't a villain in this. It turns out the Scooby Gang and Don Adams were being recorded for a horror movie. The ghost is actually former actor Chumley. Chumley and his butler were trying to film a horror movie because they wanted to raise enough money to save their mansion. Chumley is broke. He's a washed up star trying to get his comeback. He was actually scaring and terrorizing the gang and Don Adams because he was secretly recording them to put them as clips in his new movie. He's filming a horror movie to prove that he's a good actor again and raise enough money to buy his mansion back from the bank. This was all a total scam where basically he just wanted to save his house. And honestly, this entire episode could have been avoided if he told them the truth, because Don Adams and the gang actually forgive Chumley and help film his movie for him. Yeah, all he had to do was ask them to help out, and the gang and Don Adams willingly help him make his hit movie, and he saves his Hollywood haunted mansion, ending on a happy ending, and Don Adams finally becomes a successful exterminator. Yeah, this one's fine. I think it's alright. I don't think I'm pissing anyone off when I put it on B tier. Basic Scooby-Doo fanfare, but a really weird twist, and Don Adams doesn't really share that much chemistry with the gang. It felt kind of short, honestly. Chun-Li from Street Fighter because of the name. No, his name is Chum-Li. Chum-Li with an M, not Chun-Li. I know it sounds like it. It was really Chumley and his butler. I do like Don Adams unmasking him. This was like the funniest gag. It's like, this is not a ghost. It's really Chumley. That's Chumley? Not really, because it's another mask. This is Chumley. And he like unmasks him multiple times until he gets his real face. But this is the true Chumley. Ow, my face. Oh, sorry. I guess that was the real one. Really funny stuff. Yeah, it turns out Chumley was actually a nice guy. He just wanted to use the gang to help him save his home from being foreclosed on, leading to a happy ending where they do help him save his livelihood. Honestly, not that bad an episode, but It's also doesn't stick out. It is overshadowed by a lot of better episodes on this series. I'm gonna put it onto B tier. Joe Barbera? Who's that? Alright, almost at the end of the old season. Next is Scooby-Doo meets Speed Buggy, and this one is going on to C tier. Alright, the Scooby Gang have another Hanna-Barbera crossover with Speed Buggy. They're going to a town called Winona, which is suffering from haunted winds. There's a windstorm which is scaring everyone. People cannot sleep at night because these winds are so loud, and life is basically ruined in this small town. Until Scooby-Doo and the Speed Buggy Gang show up. If you don't know, Speed Buggy was one of the Scooby-Doo clones. It was a group of mystery-solving teens and their sidekick, a talking car. And we kind of get to the reason why this episode's so low. I find Speed Buggy so annoying. I'm sorry, but he is. Every time this character talks, it gets really grating. Mel Blanc voices Speed Buggy, and unfortunately, this is one of his worst voice characters because he's always making, like, car noises. He is always doing a car noise, going, Scooby-Doo, I'll save you. It is so annoying. It's like on for 40 minutes straight, and I couldn't stand this character. I'm not surprised Speed Buggy only lasted one season because the voice of this character gets irritating because he never shuts up. Speed Buggy's always making car noises, and don't get me wrong, Mel Blanc is a huge talented star, but could he, like, tone it down? He's, like, doing this even when other characters are talking. Like, going, Scooby, I'll get us there. It's so irritating, man. I'm so glad this character disappeared over time. They show up to this haunted town. It's being terrorized by winds, and I swear the villains are Death Eaters. They look like Death Eaters from Harry Potter. These hooded, black-cloaked figures hiding in the shadows. They're using a giant industrial fan to stir up crazy-ass windstorms to scare people away. Yeah, if you can't tell, it's another land development scheme. They're trying to scare people away from Winona so they can buy it dirt cheap and have it sold off and repurposed into an outlet mall. Most of the villains are random henchmen, but the head one is the bank manager. The bank manager stole documents from the city because he's mapping it out and trying to reforge a plan on how to rebuild it. They were trying to kick all the poor people out of town so they could turn it into a giant shopping center. It's not too bad of an episode if you can get past Speed Buggy. Speed Buggy's teammates are actually pretty engaging. We meet Tinker, who is the Shaggy and Velma. We meet the pretty girl. We meet the Fred knockoff. They're honestly pretty likable characters interacting with the Scooby Gang, but Speed Buggy is basically the silver bullet in this episode for me. He just drains me. Putting up with this character for so long got to my mind. I did not enjoy it that much. How many land development schemes are there? Like I've already lost count. You used me for land development. That wasn't nice. If you were ranking all the Scooby-Doo clones, I already know where you'd be ranking Speed Buggy at. Yeah, at least Herbie only talks with beeps. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the Speed Buggy character just got on my nerves. He never shuts up, and he keeps doing his car noises even when nothing is happening. I'm not surprised this show didn't even last 16 episodes, because the Speed Buggy character is not really charming. He just kind of drains you because of how long he's going on. Oh, and Speed Buggy also has, like, these weird tricks where he can climb up walls, he can use his wheels as hands, and his exhaust is so hot that he can melt a lock, but apparently he's not strong enough to break down a wooden door by driving through it. He tunnels through it by using his wheels on, like, dirt mounds. It is really crazy. And if you're wondering, yeah, there's chase scenes, and once again, we're back in caves and falling in holes. Doing this again. It wasn't funny on Don Knotts, and it's not funny here. They use Speed Buggy and Scooby working together. They trap all the Death Eater guys in complex traps, and of course, pushing them down the hole. Because, yeah, we're using the mine background sets again. They eventually save the town, they use the wind machine, expose the criminals for who they are, and save the poor people of Winona, where they all get to move back safe in their towns, and the bank president goes to prison for trying to betray his people and redevelop the land. And of course, the Scooby Gang and Speed Buggy become best friends as Scooby treats Speed Buggy like his dog. I guess you can treat an old car with new tricks. Yeah, it's honestly kind of a lackluster episode. The Speed Buggy character might make or break this episode for you. Going on to C tier. I used to watch the original Inspector Gadget cartoon back when I was 5 or 7 years old. This show was so cool when Inspector Gadget gets a letter as it starts to explode. Boom! I have a letter for Gadget. Yeah, it's a self-destruct message. Okay, the Speed Buggy episode, it's a C tier one. Definitely one of the forgettable ones, and Speed Buggy is so annoying. But up next, we get to Mama Cass Elliot. Who is this? Well, we get to another dated guest star. This is Mama Cass Elliot. She was a singer back in the 70s, famous for the Mamas and the Papas. That was her band name. She used to be a relevant celebrity, and this was her rise to fame. Tragically, this episode has gotten very dated because people do not remember who Cass Elliot was, and two, she kind of passed away a year after this episode came out, so even less people would know her because she was no longer among us. But that being said, this episode honestly isn't too shabby. I will put it onto lower A. The Scooby Gang go to a haunted candy factory owned by Cass Elliot. Cass Elliot has been betrayed and captured by her former workers who are dressing up as monsters. We meet the Green Globs, who are weird candy men who have hijacked her factory from under her. Cass Elliot is being held hostage and throws like a rock message at the Scooby Gang for help, and the Scooby Gang investigates, leading to a wacky candy factory adventure, and this is definitely why it won points for me. The candy factory is such a fun set. They get into wacky antics, get drowned in jawbreakers, fight popcorn guns, use like bubble gum to transport themselves, use like blow up tubes to trick the ghost, get tied up in Laffy Taffy. It is definitely a creative setting. There's a ton of fat jokes at Mama Cass Elliot's expense, but she does get back at Shaggy a few times, making fun of how he eats too much. Shaggy and Scooby definitely are in heaven here, as they eat a bunch of stuff, as they go through a bunch of food. It's definitely a pretty engaging episode for the premise alone. The mystery is actually pretty interesting, though it is obvious once again who the suspects are, because there's two evil green glob men, and Cass Elliot only has 2 employees. One is the old janitor, and one is the grouchy foreman. Surprise, it turns out to be both of them. But they actually do kind of throw you for a double twist. The janitor is not the actual janitor. He's his twin brother. The real janitor was abducted and beaten up, locked away, while his evil brother stole his identity to use his position to hijack the candy factory. I do love the imagery in this, seeing them get past candy. Cass Elliot does have a fun sense of humor. She's willing to make fun of herself because she's overweight. From this point on, it's strictly a grapefruit diet. I'll call Shaggy and Scooby whenever my garbage disposal's broken. She was definitely having the time of her life in this episode, so I will give her points for that. The worst thing I can say about it is that people might not know who this person is, especially nowadays. But honestly, as a whole, this episode is very engaging, very fun, very entertaining. The mystery is definitely an intriguing one. We find out what's going on here. The real conflict is, why are the Green Globs doing this? Well, after they capture and expose them, unmasking them as the foreman and the old janitor's evil twin brother, the good janitor was locked in a closet the entire time. It turns out, in a really crazy scheme, the janitor's brother and the foreman were actually bandits who stole a bunch of gold and were using the factory to deliver them across the border. They grounded the gold up to fit the shape of candy bars and were pretending they were working for Cass Elliott's candy company to steal the gold across the border legally. It is so insane, but so funny. This is definitely a good Scooby-Doo episode if I were to recommend it. Some considered the episode fat-phobic long before Curse of Franken-Creepy. Yeah, when Daphne's in the fat suit. Honestly, I don't think it's fat-phobic, especially because Cass Elliot did die from a heart attack. She did want to get into shape. Cass Elliot was willing to make fun of herself, too. She didn't seem to mention this episode offending her or anything. She actually had a fun time. Okay, you saw that comment? Yeah, Cass Elliot honestly had a really fun time in this episode. I would say it's actually a pretty good one. Really decent Scooby adventure, creative scenarios with all the candy antics. The green globs are actually pretty creepy and impressive monsters. Reminded me of kind of the cotton candy glob in a way. And yeah, there's definitely some fun humor. Yeah, if you're the faint of heart and easily triggered by fat jokes, then you might want to skip it. But they didn't really, mean anything by them. They're just, criticizing Cass Elliot because they're trying to lift her up out of a trap and she's too heavy, which I think you want to be skinny for anyway. But yeah, they all save the day, they expose the criminal operation, Cass Elliott's company is saved and now hitting success, and they all have a wacky dinner party eating her candy. Definitely a pretty good episode. I'm going to put it on to 8 here. I think even though Cass Elliot is not relevant, especially now, it is a pretty good Scooby adventure. Definitely an awesome one. I'm surprised I didn't have Cass Elliot sing in the episode. I was too. You'd think she would actually do a song, but she didn't. Alright, next on the final episode of the original series, Scooby-Doo meets Dick Van Dyke. And this one, honestly, isn't that bad either. Going on to A tier. And much higher, too. I will put it under Josie and the Pussycats, because they were pretty funny. But here he is, Dick Van Dyke, who is another old school celebrity. I think some people might recognize who he is because Dick Van Dyke is still alive and still making stuff today, but most of the older audience will remember him from The Dick Van Dyke Show and a lot of the live-action Disney shows like Mary Poppins. The Scooby Gang are going to a carnival, and that carnival is owned by Dick Van Dyke. Unfortunately, Dick Van Dyke is struggling because his carnival is a bigger bomb than Mary Poppins 2. The carnival is haunted and he can't get a single customer. He is trying to get rid of the ghost, but he needs help, where the Scooby Gang steps in. Yep, Scooby-Doo and Dick Van Dyke work together to help save a carnival. Now, this episode is kind of a rehash of Foul Play in Funland. Yeah, they recycle a lot of that animation and a lot of scenarios from that. Yeah, the Scooby Gang are at a haunted carnival again, getting into wacky chase scenes, encountering a lot of weird ghosts and pretty random monsters, I would say. The ghost is nothing too special in this. It's the ghost of a strongman. The strongman allegedly died here, but we find out, no, this was all a complete ruse to scare people away. There's, ghost pilots, ghost heads, ghost gloves. A lot of random ghost freak show characters appear throughout this episode. But it does feel like Foul Play in Funland. The gang and Dick Van Dyke are basically venturing around this carnival, getting into wacky antics, and encountering some strangeness and mystery solving. Dick Van Dyke honestly is pretty funny. He has a lot of good one-liners and really great chemistry with the gang. He's the scatterbrain old guy who doesn't know what he's doing and making dumb decisions. You're gonna catch Shaggy and Scooby with a glove? Yeah, right. I played shortstop. He's trying to tell Shaggy and Scooby, Shag, Scoob, does the ghost have the right to be on this ride? What do you mean? Is he over 6 years old? I'll ask. He says he's over 600 years old. Oh, good. Then he might have the senior discount if he applied for it. Can you ask for his identification? He doesn't have his identification and he doesn't want to pay. Well, then tell him to get off. Really funny stuff. Dick Van Dyke is definitely having a blast in this episode. He's really kooky and eccentric, bounces off the Scooby Gang really wonderfully. He and Shaggy are both cowards, and he has a lot of good lines in this. Ladies, you need a real man to lead the way. Freddy, lead the way. Really enjoyable stuff. Bert, it's you! Yep, I'm surprised I read that one. Yeah, it's Dick Van Dyke basically bumming around, making a fool of himself. He and Shaggy and Scooby get along well. They fall into trap doors, go around the carnival. There's some weird moments here too, like Daphne gets abducted by ghosts, and apparently she's just been playing in the bumper cars this whole time. She was like separated from the gang, like, oh hey, I was gonna find you guys after I was done playing here. It feels weird. They're kind of like trying to remind you that the Scooby Gang are kids. Not out of character, but it does feel kind of random that we had these moments, since you think the Scooby Gang was kind of growing up as the series went on. Also, Daphne has a crush on Dick Van Dyke. Finally get one of the ladies having a crush on the celebrity guest star. Daphne wanted to go to a photo booth to give Dick Van Dyke's photos of herself. Kind of weird, but Dick Van Dyke is pretty eccentric. I can see girls liking him. But who is the mystery culprit? Who is the ghost strongman? Well, it turns out it's the actual former strongman. Yeah, this was the former strongman who worked here at the carnival until he got laid off. He was trying to sabotage Dick Van Dyke so he could buy the carnival from him and run it his way. And rather weirdly, the Scooby Gang don't actually trap or unmask the monster. They catch him out of costume. The strongman is in this underground bunker working out, and they catch him out of his outfit, realizing that he was the guy haunting the carnival. And I kid you not, the strongman goes nuts and tries to kill the Scooby Gang. It is so absurd, but I really like it. He tries to murder Dick Van Dyke and the Scooby Gang, chasing them out of costume. He tries to murder Shaggy and Scooby on the carousel ride, only to be hoisted by his own petard and defeated. Must be bribery. Yep. Yeah, the strongman ends up defeated. He gets ran over by the carousel and knocked out in the ice cream cart. Dick Van Dyke captures him, and we finally save Dick Van Dyke's carnival, where he gives the Scooby Gang part-time jobs helping at the carnival, where it's a huge success, and Scooby finally gets his ice cream. Honestly, a really good episode. I do like this one a lot. Dick Van Dyke is genuinely funny in this. The carnival set, even though it's a bit rehashed, is pretty entertaining, and the strongman actually being exposed mid-costume change and trying to kill the gang is so random that I kind of respect it. Going on to A tier for sure. They ended on a high note. Dick Van Dyke is awesome. So that completes the main show, but what do you know, we still have a few more left. Alright, gonna use a restroom break, but tell me what you guys want to see next. Cast your vote below. Do you want to see Scooby-Doo meet Brave and the Bold Batman, Scooby-Natural, Bravo Dooby-Doo, or Night of the Living Doo? I'll be right back. Alright, Cat's back. What'd you guys vote for? Scooby-Natural, Bravo Dooby-Doo, Night of the Living Doo got votes for everything. Alright, let's see. What does the next one say? Bravo Dooby-Doo. Alright, got one for everything. Alright, next we'll bump off Johnny Bravo meets Scooby-Doo. Let's do a short one. Scooby-Doo meets Johnny Bravo. Johnny Bravo is on his way to his Aunt Jebedissa's house, where his car suffers trouble. Well, ain't that a fine kettle of fish? And there's literally a kettle of fish in his car. Scooby-Doo picks up Johnny Bravo. They find him hitchhiking and are interested because he's going to a spooky haunted house. The Scooby Gang take Johnny Bravo to his haunted house, but his aunt has mysteriously disappeared, where the gang help him find his missing relative, getting into a hilarious parody of Scooby-Doo. Yeah, this one, it is S tier. It is so dang funny. Johnny Bravo bouncing off the Scooby Gang is so wild. He tries to hit on Daphne. Velma actually has a crush on Johnny Bravo, which surprised me. Shaggy and Johnny have wacky banter together. And they also confirm Fred and Daphne are doing it. Yeah. Velma, you and I will check the attic while Fred and Scooby will check the basement. Daphne, he like side-eyes her. I mean, Fred and I will check the basement while Velma and Scooby will check the attic. Johnny Bravo's trying to hit on Daphne, though, rejecting Velma rather cruelly. We also get the first time BJ Ward voices Velma, which is so wild. They got like almost all the classic Scooby voice actors, except for Velma and Scooby. They got Frank Welker back as Fred, Heather North as Daphne, Casey Kasem back as Shaggy, and BJ Ward makes her debut as Velma in the show. She would be so good that she'd voice Velma again on the Core 4 movies, Zombie Island, Witch's Ghost, Alien Invaders, and Cyber Chase. And it's pretty wild seeing her here. Basically, they get into wacky Scooby antics, and Johnny Bravo does not know what the hell is going on. He's like so confused by the Hanna-Barbera antics, the weird character moments. Jinkies. Jinkies, is that some kind of breakfast cereal or something? Alright, checking your comments. Okay, it's very entertaining, so wild. The ghost is this ghostly gardener who is trying to murder Johnny Bravo and the Scooby Gang. There's a really hilarious chase scene. It feels like a total love letter to everything great about Scooby-Doo and everything about its formula. Man, it is such a insanely funny cartoon. But there is an actual mystery here. It turns out the ghostly gardener was Johnny Bravo's own aunt. She became a ghost because she wanted to scare Johnny Bravo away because she hates her nephew's guts. Yeah, I do love the unmasking montage, the funniest scene in the episode. Who's this ghostly gardener? Professor Hyde White. Wait, that can't be right. Harry the hypnotist. Harry the hypnotist? No, that can't be. Bigfoot, Don Knotts, Joe Barbera. Who's that? It's just so wild and out of nowhere. This was definitely comedy gold. But it turns out the aunt just hates Johnny Bravo and she wanted him out of her life and out of her house. Johnny Bravo was just too stupid to understand that. So the gang and aunt team up and dump Johnny Bravo in the forest. They like tie him to a tree and leave him to fend for himself because the aunt was nothing to do with him. And we get a creepy scene of the aunt hitting on Shaggy, which is really weird because he's supposed to be a meddling kid and she's clearly elder adult. But we get a twist ending. Johnny Bravo gets rescued by Speed Buggy. Hey pal, need a lift? And it's so wild and out of nowhere. Yeah, it's comedy gold. I really love it. Really insane crossover. Really good comedy. And if you love Scooby-Doo, you will love this episode. Easy S tier. Don't worry, I won't bite. Does she? So wild. Back when cartoons had balls. Easily a classic, a masterpiece of comedy. Highly recommend it. One of the funniest crossovers ever. Going on to S tier. Alright, next we'll bump off Night of the Living Doo, where the Scooby Gang meet Gary Coleman, David Cross, and Big Bad Voodoo Daddy. Yeah, it is kind of wild. So, remember the Scooby-Doo project? It was basically a bunch of shorts played in between commercials, which would tell a whole chronological story. Pieced together, it would make a whole Scooby-Doo episode. Well, they decided to do another one because the Scooby-Doo project was that successful. Enter Night of the Living Doo. This segment would play during Adult Swim hours during their 24/7 Scooby-Doo marathons, and this time they had a more edgier, mature version of Scooby-Doo, Night of the Living Doo, where Scooby-Doo picked up modern celebrities I don't think Gary Coleman counts anymore. But yeah, they pick up modern celebrities and get into a more edgier, risque adventure. A lot more adult jokes, a lot of sexual innuendos, but it was pretty dang funny. Look, Fred, it's Gary Coleman. Scooby-Doo's a hardcore fan of Gary Coleman. Scott Hines voices Scooby-Doo in this, which made me love it a lot more. We meet the core four Scooby voice actors again. They brought back BJ Ward, Frank Welker, Scott Hines as Shaggy and Scooby, and Greg DeLeo took over as Daphne by this point. But this one honestly is a lot of fun. I will put it on the top of the A tier list. Yeah, above the Globetrotters and Batman and Robin. Sorry, Bat fans, but I like this one. Now, there is only one problem I had, is that it's not as funny as the Scooby-Doo project was. I did a full in-depth review on this very special. Go check it out if you want to hear my words worded better, but I think it's pretty fun. It's fine, has a lot of good comedy moments, has some weak comedy moments. David Cross is in this, and some of his jokes do kind of miss with me. I wasn't offended or saying, oh, that's not funny. I just thought, could have been better. Like, he's like making fun of how Scooby talks and he's hitting on Daphne. He makes kind of a weird domestic abuse joke in this. It didn't offend me, but I think it could have been funnier. Gary Coleman, though, he was a laugh riot. Gary Coleman is the only sane man in this cartoon world. He's like, wait, why do you guys want to investigate scary places? Don't you want to get to someplace safely? And he pokes fun at how the story doesn't make any sense. This has like one of the most random-ass super villain stories ever. The monster is the zombie. Zombies are terrorizing this place. Again, shout out to Night of the Living Dead. But it's the zombie from the Where Are You show, and they're trying to find out who it is. And they try to play up all the Scooby-Doo tropes. A lot of good comedy, I will say. Though it was kind of missing that extra spark that made the Scooby-Doo project so special to me. So before Velma. Yep, and actually a good version of Velma. Fresh Velma! What you talking about, Scooby? Gary Coleman. I saw that Johnny Bravo episode on the Cartoon Network Halloween DVD. It's so funny as hell. Yeah, it was, Sabrina. It sure was. Easy S tier. Alright, so there were a lot of moments I do find funny in this, but honestly, some jokes that really missed for me, some moments that felt weird. The character Shifty I didn't find all that funny, except for the scene where he's trying to perv on Daphne and Velma. Really great stuff. Greg DeLeo is pretty funny. I never thought I'd see horny Daphne or Velma. pretty wild. Scott Hines is hilarious as Scooby and Shaggy as always, and David Cross is definitely having fun here. He's like high energy here. Big Bad Voodoo Daddy didn't do too much. They show up to comment on the episode and they play the chase scene song. Gary Coleman becomes a zombie. He's undead now. Then he tries to kill the Scooby Gang. Wacky chase scene. And we finally get the villain defeat. And who is the zombie? It's Jabberjaw. Yes, Jabberjaw, the talking shark from one of the Scooby-Doo clones. It is so insane, but so hilarious. Jabberjaw was sick of Scooby-Doo, so he tried to murder them in their sleep because he was sick of their popularity upstaging him. As any sane shark would be. And it turns out Shifty was actually the undercover cop Mark Hamill, who arrests Jabberjaw. And we get Gary Coleman pointing out all the plot holes and how this Scooby mystery makes no sense, only for Scooby to shut him up, ending on an everybody laughs ending. Honestly, it's not that bad. I do think the Scooby-Doo project is a lot funnier. My only issue is some jokes kind of miss and feel a bit awkward, but the special does have a lot of golden moments. It did still win a Golden Skull. Highly recommend you check out my review on this special because you'll hear my review of it in much greater detail. I like Jabberjaw better than Jellystone. Night of the Living Dew is better way of how to do mature meta Scooby-Doo comedy, unlike Velma. I agree. I do think it is way better than Velma, but what isn't? Even the weaker episodes on here are better than Velma. Night of the Living Dew, definitely a good special. Highly recommend it. Check it out. Go watch my review on it. A tier. Alright, next, bumping off Scooby Natural. For those of you who don't remember, there was a crossover between Scooby-Doo and the Winchester brothers on Supernatural. Oh yeah, this was real, and it was real good. Of course it's going on to S tier. I will be putting it under Batman and Robin. I love Batman and Robin and the Globetrotters more. But Scooby-Doo meets the Winchester brothers. So, long story short, the Winchester brothers are once again on this case trying to solve a supernatural mystery, only to be absorbed in TV land. Apparently one of the Winchester brothers rents his own man cave, and he finally bought a plasma screen TV, where he wants to see something scary for Halloween, ending up sucked into their favorite childhood classic, Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? The Case of the Phantom Shadow. Yep, they're on a Night of Fright is No Delight episode. Ironically, one of the episodes Cartoon Network refuses to rerun. But the Winchesters meet Scooby-Doo, played by the modern cast playing them. They still got Frank Welker in there, but they got Matthew Lillard Shaggy, Kate Micucci's Velma, and Grey DeLisle back as Daphne. Yeah, Frank Welker's also Scooby-Doo. They're in the Phantom Shadow episode, where the Winchester brothers work together to help them solve a case. Unfortunately, things go horribly wrong in the Scooby-Doo episode, and somebody ends up horribly murdered on this mystery. Yeah, I do like, there's something wrong here. Scooby-Doo never ended with somebody drowning in a pool of their own blood? Gee, you think, Dean? But yeah, they help the Winchesters solve a mystery. The Winchesters and Scooby-Doo gang work together and get a lot of funny interactions, like the Winchesters telling them that supernatural stuff is real, the gang having a crisis of faith. Daphne and one of the brothers have this pseudo-romance going on. One of the brothers has a hardcore crush on Daphne. I know this got some criticism because we don't know the ages of the two characters, but I thought it was pretty funny. And one of the brothers is not a fan of the cartoon and doesn't understand it, where his brother has to explain why Scooby-Doo is so popular. It's pretty crazy we actually got an event like this. Velma hitting on Sam is the best. Yeah, Velma, who knew she was raring to go? There's an afterlife? Velma actually makes out, I believe, with Jared Padalecki. Like, wow, what a man, jinkies. Just finished watching Bionicle, The Legend Reborn. Oh, how was it, Saga? As good as you remember? Yeah, so the Winchester brothers and the Scooby Gang work together, and some violence, some adult jokes. Daphne thinks she's going to go to hell for all the sins she's committed. I was very curious to hear where this was going. Shaggy and Scooby actually cuss at times. They fight and defeat the real Phantom Shadow. The monster who is ruining things in the Scooby-Doo world is a real supernatural entity, taking the form of a darker and edgier Phantom Shadow. The Phantom Shadow kills a few characters, but the Winchester brothers and Scooby Gang work together to trap it, where the Phantom Shadow is exposed as a little kid who died here. The little kid, a little boy, died and his soul is possessing this TV, because it turns out he was being used by the corrupt shop owner trying to murder the Winchester brothers. The little boy was a fan of Scooby-Doo, and he retreated to his childhood memories. He died here, and the Winchester brothers helped exorcise him to have his soul rest in peace. And honestly, I was kind of mixed on this ending, but the Winchesters help reset the status quo of Scooby-Doo by saying, oh, no, it was all a guy in a mask. It was all fake. You are right. There are no supernatural threats. It is all just a smoke and mirror scheme once again, and Scooby-Doo get their life back in order. Yeah, I was kind of curious to see how Scooby-Doo and the gang would react to, you know, reality and questioning everything about their show. But no, they go back to the status quo, and Velma gets to kiss the hot Winchester brother. Really crazy. Then, of course, the Winchester brothers arrest the real criminal. They escape TV land, help the boy's soul rest in peace, and capture and expose the bad guy, where we get the classic story. I would have gotten away with it if it hadn't been for you meddling kids and that dumb dog. He said it. Ruby, Ruby, Roo. What are you doing, bro? That's what they did at the end of the shows. Oh, go on. Yeah, it's pretty funny stuff. And we end on the next setup for the big story arc of this season. Honestly, this crossover was a pretty huge event, and I can see why a lot of people like it. It is so crazy. It's meta, it's funny, it's dark. The Scooby Gang and Winchester brothers coming together is something you thought you'd never see in your 9 lives, and it is really good. And Daphne tells them boys and girls can't sleep in the same room. What has her parents been teaching her? Because they meet real supernatural threats later, but this was supposed to be Where Are You? Yeah, which doesn't have real supernatural threats. Velma hitting on Sam was the best. It was. Okay, yeah, this crossover, still golden after all this time. I really like it. I might review it with a friend. I've been talking about it one day, but on its own, this episode still stands out. Highly recommend it. It's insane seeing the Scooby Gang in a real dark, twisted horror saga. It's Scooby-Natural, going on to S tier. And ending things on a high note, Scooby-Doo meets Batman the Brave and the Bold, and this movie is pretty awesome. Yeah, it's going on to S tier for sure. Scooby-Doo meets Batman the Brave and the Bold in a crossover you never thought you would ever see. Once again, the Scooby Gang meets Batman for a movie event, but this time it's Diedrich Bader's Batman from Brave and the Bold. I am so shocked that Warner Brothers even remembered this show existed, but am very thankful because this was a kick-ass finale to a great DC show. The Scooby Gang are invited to Gotham because they passed the final test to join the greatest detectives in the world, comprised of DC's most brilliant minds: Batman, the Martian Manhunter, Black Canary, Detective Chimp, and Plastic Man. Oh, and the Question, played by Jeffrey Combs. Yeah, Jeffrey Combs came back as the Question. I was so stoked to hear him again. But DC's greatest heroes want Scooby-Doo and Mystery Incorporated to join them, where the Scooby Gang help them solve new cases in Gotham City. And we get to see Batman's Brave and the Bold cast interacting with the Scooby Gang. They go to Arkham Asylum, they fight the Riddler, they fight a mysterious villain calling himself the Crimson Cloaked. It is one of the greatest Scooby movies I've seen in a long while. It was so good it made me tolerate Kate Micucci's Velma. Alright, trying to read your comments. Well, Brave and the Bold is going to be the title of James Gunn's verse Batman, so obviously there's some influences there. I'm hoping it's good, but after Supergirl and Lanterns, I've lost faith. But anyways, Diedrich Bader's Batman is really hilarious. I love seeing the gang meet DC characters, and this did not disappoint. There's so many in-jokes and references to both Scooby and Batman. Don Knotts even makes a cameo in this movie as an Arkham security guard. We reference them, the malt shop. They go to the street, Ruby and Spears. And of course, there's the DC references. Batman references stuff that happened on his show. References a lot of Batman lore. We see the Year One suit brought back. It is a crazy mystery. The Crimson Cloak is this new mysterious monstrous ghost who I dare not spoil who it is here, but he's a character from Batman's past in a whole new form. The gang are helping Batman overcome his trauma, helping him solve the one case he failed at. They have to reopen it and investigate because history seems to be repeating itself, and figures from Batman's past are haunting him once more. The gang help them out, but they get framed for a crime they didn't commit, where Batman and Mystery Inc. work together to solve this grand stakes mystery. They break into Arkham Asylum, meet every Batman villain ever, Tara Strong's Harley Quinn cameos, love Jeff Bennett's Joker, he comes back, Tom Kenny's Penguin, Michael Higgins plays the Riddler. He sounds like Varric from Korra, but it's really funny casting. It turns out the Crimson Cloak is actually Clayface, working with the Riddler. Riddler wants to destroy Gotham and is using him to rebuild his invention, a giant portal in the sky, which will destroy Gotham City. And Batman and Mystery Inc. work together to fight to save the day. This movie is great. I really like it. Kick-ass action for DC fans, really good Scooby-Doo humor for the Scooby fans, and a pretty intense mystery. You do kind of question what's going on here, what's happening, why is this happening to Batman, what's the ultimate endgame behind all this. We get a double climax, one that's part Scooby-Doo, and one that's part DC Comics action climax. Diedrich Bader, definitely kick-ass Batman. Love seeing all these characters come back and interacting with the Scooby Gang. The Scooby Gang are legit funny in this and even dress up as the Bat Family. Yeah, we see Fred as Year One Batman, Daphne is Batgirl, Velma is Carrie Kelly Robin, Shaggy becomes Nightwing, and of course Scooby gets Ace the Bat Hound's costume. Really, really crazy stuff happens in this film. I highly recommend this crossover. I'm surprised of all the Batman shows, the Scooby-Doo visits is Brave and the Bold, because usually it's Batman the Animated Series or anything from the DCAU universe. Hey, they did meet Adam West Batman. I want to see Scooby-Doo meet Terry McGinnis Batman Beyond. That would be insane. Yeah, looking forward to what James Gunn's gonna do with Brave and the Bold, but man, I cannot highly recommend this movie enough. It is a great Scooby-Doo film and a great Batman movie. Scooby-Doo and Batman teaming up gives a lot of throwbacks to the old 60s crossover they had. A lot of good action, really good writing. Brave and the Bold's writing team still got it. Scooby-Doo is actually engaging well with all these characters. We see Scooby-Doo style of humor, Batman style of humor, references for both you comic fans and you Scooby-Doo fanatics. It is a good time. Batman Brave and the Bold is an S-tier masterpiece. Oh, and the Scooby Gang find out who Batman really is. A warm-hearted softie. Yeah, biggest troll move ever, but good movie. Going on to S-tier. The Clayface twist was kind of surprising because Clayface never appeared on Brave and the Bold, and the twist is kind of similar to Arkham City. Yeah, I really liked that, and not to mention Clayface and Riddler working together was a reference to Batman Hush, where they were working together. But yeah, it is kind of fun seeing Clayface finally appear in Brave and the Bold, along with Harvey Bullock, who we've never seen before. They actually brought characters that some fans were really curious to see. Yeah, Clayface being in Brave and the Bold was finally done in this kick-ass finale movie. Going on to S tier. But as you can see, we actually did it. We completed the crossover tier list, at least until Scooby-Doo and Guess Who. But got a lot of good episodes, I should say. A lot of middling ones too, and only 5 terrible ones. We'll go over it for you one last time for all you late birds who show up at the end, or for those of you to skip click to see the ranking in full. Just catching up on comments and my breath. Yeah, that movie was really good. Might review it one day, but I'm afraid Warner Brothers might cuck the video. Alright, let's wrap this up. The top 5 worst new Scooby-Doo movies are both Don Knotts episodes, slow and boring, and Don Knotts' talents are wasted, easily the worst of this saga. Sandy Duncan, boring episode and does not make any sense, and the villain should not have been redeemed. Jerry Reed, a crossover which barely has the guy crossing over. Jerry Reed was barely in this episode, and the plot itself was not very entertaining. And Phyllis Diller, this one was a complete mess, really meanders, is all over the place, and is anticlimactically resolved. Yep, these 5 easily the worst. Worst episodes, completely skip them. None in D tier, which surprises me, but next in C tier, Sonny and Cher. This episode is bogged down by Cher being a complete bitch. Did not really care for it. It's an alright one for the shark monsters, but not one I revisit often. The Addams Family, yep, the most overhyped episode in the series. It is a disappointment. I wanted to see Scooby and the Addams Family actually team up, but they just explored the Addams Family's house. Easily a disappointment, going on to C tier. Speed Buggy. Okay, so there's an okay episode here, but Speed Buggy as a character just gets on my nerves. He's too annoying. I kind of skipped this episode because I cannot stand Speed Buggy's constant noises. Going on to C tier. Then in B tier, our 3 in B tier, Tim Conway. Yeah, this episode's alright. Tim Conway's not the worst celebrity we've ever had, but his adventure, you could take it or leave it. Then the Three Stooges. The pilot honestly wasn't too bad. I thought it was a decent episode, though it's painfully obvious who the ghosts are, and it does kind of slow in the middle. Going on to B tier. Don Adams. Okay, that is Don Adams. Don Adams, yeah, this one's alright. Basically a basic Scooby episode where Don Adams is just there commenting on the side. Nothing too special, but also nothing too terrible. All of these ones, basic. They're fine. Have a good day to you, Kat. Goodbye. Bye, Joseph. Have a good day, Kat, and see you next time. Bye. Next in A tier. Got a lot in here, more than S tier, just barely. Mama Cass Elliot. Yeah, I thought this one was fine. Worst thing about it is some people might not know who Cass Elliot is nowadays, but this one, honestly, a pretty entertaining Scooby adventure. Laurel and Hardy. Yeah, but it's just plain funny. Very funny episode. Sorry, Shadow, but I do think it's alright. Davy Jones. Yeah, this one is the basic bar, the bare minimum episode for these crossovers. They use Davy Jones very well, and the episode was a pretty engaging one. Going on to A. The next Three Stooges one, I thought it was a huge upgrade over the first one. The Stooges are still laugh out loud hilarious. The Red Baron Ghost definitely won this a lot of points, and the gang getting into plane adventures is something we haven't seen before. Going on to A tier. Dick Van Dyke. Yep, he's funny, what can I say? It's a retread of Foul Play in Funland, but Dick Van Dyke made it so much more amusing. Definitely one of the better celebrities. Josie and the Pussycats. Yep, we got a good Hanna-Barbera Cinematic Universe episode. The Josie gang is actually pretty fun. I do like them. The adventure is very simple, but them and Scooby coming together is definitely awesome sauce. Going on to A tier. Batman and Robin. The first one does have its flaws, but I think it's a memorable crossover. Seeing Scooby-Doo and Batman and Robin work together to take down the criminal ring and counterfeiting, definitely a cool story. Joker, Penguin, and the Upside Down House are all highlights. Going on to A tier. First Globetrotters episode. Yeah, this one does have some scratches, but really good. I love it as a Redbeard prequel, and the Globetrotters would turn out to be one of the best guest stars we've ever seen on this saga. Going on to high A. Then Night of the Living Do. I did a full-length review on this one, go check it out, but I do think the special is pretty interesting. If a bit under the shadow of the Scooby-Doo project, that one was masterful. This one is still pretty good though. Going on high A. Alright. S tier. What are the top episodes of the crossover era? We have Jonathan Winters' episode. It is so funny. It makes me laugh. It is an insanely great comedy romp. Then Scooby Natural. Yeah, this episode was a huge hit. A very great mega event. The Scooby Gang meeting the Winchester brothers is something I thought we'd never ever see. Definitely an S tier. The next Batman and Robin crossover. A huge improvement over the first one. The flying suit shenanigans definitely saved this one. And the villains being Joker and Penguin in the spotlight full time was a smart move. Definitely a good one. Both the Globetrotters episodes, we have the Loch Ness Monster and the Revolution Ghosts, and Haunted Island. Yeah, I love them both equally. They're great crossovers. They're fun. They're cool. They're creative. They have really distinct ghosts, and the Globetrotters are definitely the funniest guest stars we've had. Going on to S tier. Bravo Doobie Doo. Yep, it's a dumb fun crossover. The best of Johnny Bravo and the Scooby Gang coming together on the big screen. I really like it. Highly recommend watching it. Thought about reviewing it one day, but we'll see if that happens. But on its own, it is an S tier masterpiece. Scooby-Doo meets Batman Brave and the Bold. Just went over this one, but kick-ass movie, kick-ass crossover, a fantastic love letter to this era of Scooby-Doo, and it loves everything great about Scooby and Batman. Definitely my favorite. But if we're counting the original show, number one has to go to the Genie crossover. Yep, I love it that much. I love Genie. I love the comedy in this. I love the high-stakes adventure, the really threatening villains. Genie, of course, is hot and kick-ass. Babu is actually hilarious and gets his moments to shine, and the Scooby Gang have really wicked banter with them. If we're counting the show era, this is number one on my favorite new Scooby-Doo movies. Alright, checking if any of you guys are still left, checking my comments. Yep, got that. Number one is Genie, easily my favorite. Though, I will concede and admit Brave and the Bold is better as a movie, but we're counting the show this time, so I'm gonna let Genie have her moment. Genie's my favorite. Second favorite going to Brave and the Bold meets Scooby-Doo. Worst ones, take your pick. Either of the Don Knotts ones. Worst episodes of the series because they're boring. But yeah, trying to squeeze it all in full. That completes my tier list. Got a lot of good, I will say. A lot of mixed episodes, but it's Scooby-Doo. You will watch it anyway because this show is much higher quality than Velma. But yeah, Genie's number one, Don Adams is dead last. So thank you all for watching. What's next in the future? Well, I do plan to do more tier lists. I'm gonna start collecting some Halloween tier lists. I do have some I want to do. Namely, I know you guys want me to do Clayface. I'm waiting for James Gunn's movie to come out though. Clayface is most likely gonna come this spooky season. Might have to do a re-update on the Scarecrow tier list since he got some new versions that came out. Gonna collect some more Halloween stuff. I do have one surprise in mind I want to surprise you with. Wolf and I might be doing another Power Rangers one someday in the future, or one of our anime requests. For videos, I did do a movie review. It's out on Patreon. Go check it out. It is a surprise I plan to drop on you come spooky season. But yeah, we did one of the movies people have been requesting me for a while. Next video, I'm tied between either a Twilight Zone review or another top 10. We'll see which comes first. I just gotta sort a few things out in real life. But yeah, those are all the teases you're getting. Thank you for joining me. I'm glad you love these new Scooby-Doo movies because, as you can tell, I did too. I'm a very huge fan because we had a lot more good than bad. But I'll finally reward you guys by setting you all free. Thank you for joining me. Love Jeannie, she's my favorite, and Don Knotts, he needs to fire his agent. Alright, so let's wrap this up. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos posted here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I'll see you all next time. See you in the movies, kids. Scooby-Dooby-Doo!